All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, February 3rd. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and joining us virtually is Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board, Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both web components and in-person components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda and instructions on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see you. We're in Sacramento here in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few quick announcements for us as well. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza from one of the exits. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to sign up. There is a QR code at the side of the room and then also a laptop. But if you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the clerk and she can help get you signed up. Once you're at the podium, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you might have. And lastly, please do just silence our phones so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. We customarily begin with public forum, but having no public forum commenters this morning, we can move straight into board business, which is consideration and adoption of the board meeting minutes from the January 21st board meeting. Looking to see if we have a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if Ms. Morgan has joined the platform yet. She may not have, and the vice chair stepped out. So I don't know. Ultimately, we're good. Yeah, right. The board meeting minutes are passed. Thank you. Next, looking to our uncontested items, still uncontested, I imagine, clerk. Thank you. And unless any board members would like to pull them off, I think we can take it as an uncontested item and just appreciate all the work that went into the item.
I'll move to adopt item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted and now brings us to a couple of informational items. First being our current hydrologic conditions. I believe we're missing Ms. Bean, so I think Mr. Ekdahl prepared to step in.
Yeah, I can step in.
you.
Miss Bean is stuck on light rail, so I'll step in and run it. Let's run through current hydrologic conditions and responses. Next slide, please. We'll give some statewide hydrology highlights, talk again about the Scott and Shasta rivers, and then talk a little bit about water rights reporting. Next slide, please. So this is from California Water Watch, a site run by the Department of Water Resources. The map on the left side shows water year-to-date precipitation percentage of average. And the takeaway is if you're at green to blue to purple, you're at 100% or above. So you can see most of the state is still at about 100% of average for this time of the year, with parts of the state, primarily the kind of lower Central Valley and transverse range into the Mojave, is significantly above average for this time of the year, well over 200%. So it's still wet, but if you would have compared this graph to a couple of weeks ago, you would have seen much more blue and much more purple. We haven't had significant precipitation in the state since about the start of the year. That's about 5 weeks in now. Looking at the next 2 weeks of forecast, it doesn't look like there's going to be significant change. There may be a light system that moves through the northern part of the state over the next week or so, but it's not expected to produce much, maybe in the quarter to half inch kind of range, and that's mostly north of Sacramento. So continued dry conditions, continued warm conditions. I think that's the other kind of takeaway, especially for the next week, as highs in Sacramento will approach 70 degrees, Bay Area 70 degrees, in LA it's been 85 degrees. So it's been generally a hot and dry winter, so long as you're not covered by a blanket of two-leaf fog. Next slide, please. So we'll move to our kind of general stacked hydrographs. You can see the current average for the northern part of the state, or current levels for the northern part of the state. We're at 33 inches. That still is above average for this time of year, which is pretty incredible given how long it's been since we've had significant precipitation. You can see the plateau on that graph where we haven't really seen anything over the last couple of weeks. But it also shows just how extensive that period during the last half of December was and how much precipitation we did get then. You can see that graph really skyrocketed between about December 15th and the end of the year. Next slide, please. For the central part of the state, or Sierra, we're still, again, a little bit above average of 106%. And next slide. And for the southern Sierra, still, again, just a little bit above average. So far, so good, but things continue to trend low. The big difference, I think, will be in the next slide where we look at snow. And you can see that we are substantially in a snow deficit or a snow drought. So as a statewide whole, we're at about 36% of our April 1st average, about 60% of normal for this time of the year. And so that does start to factor into reservoir management, how we're going to look at how runoff will fill or not reservoirs for the remainder of the year. Good news is that there's still a lot of the rainy season left. And so there's all of February, all of March, and historically, we've gotten a fair amount of precipitation in those months. So it's not over yet, but as we start to look towards the end of the rainy season, we'll start watching for if any storms do materialize and start to replenish that snowpack. Next slide, please. The other part of the good news is that our reservoirs are still in very good condition. I think universally they're all either at average or above average for this time of the year. And that's the artifact of the robust precipitation we did have earlier in the season, as well as 2 or 3 years of pretty good precipitation before this. Next slide, please. 6 to 10 day precipitation outlook does start to show that there may be some precipitation in the forecast. It's still unclear yet, but that's much better than what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Next slide, please. But the temperature is still very, very much above average. And you can see that kind of above centered right directly over the Colorado Basin. And for those that have been following kind of the snowpack and the ongoing snow drought in the western US, this is, I think, the worst snow year in recorded history for much of the Colorado River Basin and Intermontane West. Next slide, please. Jumping to Scott and Shasta River, you can see the red lines show our in-stream flow minimums. The blue line show current flow. We're significantly above the minimums at this time of the year. Next slide, please. And for the Shasta, likewise, we've been significantly above our count for, or not our count, but our flow levels for most of the fall and the winter. Next slide, please. And Dwinelle, we are about where we were in 2025. That's still substantially better than what we've seen in some of the drought years, and that's very full for Dwinelle. Next slide, please. Jumping topics yet again, switching over to water rights annual use reporting. We've been highlighting this just as kind of Cal Waters has been coming online and as things have been getting implemented. So as of January 31st, which is technically the reporting deadline, we've registered 7,500 users, and over the last couple of days, we've been getting about 800 new users on board per day, which is a substantial number. We've had 18,500 reports submitted, And reporters still have until March 2nd, 2026 to file without a financial penalty if you are a post-14 filer. So basically, we instituted late fees last year, and those late fees were broadly successful. We think it ostensibly will result in about $800,000 in late fees assessed. Again, that only applies to the post-14 appropriative rights. Pre-14 and riparian rights aren't assessed a late fee penalty. And so by that March 2nd or shortly thereafter timeline, we'll have pretty good metrics on kind of the overall reporting compliance rate and who's fallen behind, who hasn't, who's gotten in on time, and who may be subject to an additional penalty down the road. We can say that, historically, before Cal Waters, we were getting about a 55% compliance rate as of February 1st. So that was universally across pre-14, post-14 riparians. With the Cal Water system, we were at a little bit above 45%. So not quite as high as we were during the RMS years or the previous system, but still very, very close. And given the rates at which people are coming on board, we actually are thinking that we'll exceed where we were with RMS by March 2nd. So that's, I think, in a great trend, a great trajectory, especially for a brand new system. And so all things are kind of pointing to good adoption and implementation of the Cal Waters system. We did remind people and send out an email at the end of the month. And so again, we'll just keep reminding there's still ongoing in-person onboarding. We've gotten a lot of technical assistance and are working with staff to make sure that those that do have questions are responded to quickly. There is about a 5 to 7 day backlog with 800 people coming in per day. We've just stacked up recently, but we're getting to people pretty quick. Next slide. I'm not sure if there is another one. There is another one. 3 in-person events coming up soon: Walnut Grove, Stockton, Yuba City. Last week, we did have the largest number of help requests, and we moved from a 2-week response time down to 2-day. So we did bring more people on board to provide that technical assistance, and again, working through the requests that we do have. Next slide. That's it. Any questions? I can try to answer them, but
Well, you did an amazing job
Yep.
pinch hitting quickly, not unexpectedly, so thank you. First, yeah, on the hydrology, definitely a taste of, the future that is here with us now, where, you look at just precipitation and it's like, not bad, kind of normal, but it's the snowpack that is really of most concern here for the long term. And it's, slow diminishing, and that's our warming climate for sure. And to your point, we're in good company, if you will, when it comes to the rest of the West facing similar conditions. And so it certainly highlights the importance of continuing to make sure we do pivot to a modern regulatory framework for when it comes to the board. Obviously, the last workshop is fresh on my mind. And to that point then as well, I think it would be helpful if the hydro updates had a little more of information as to what's in the rivers, what's, where are we at as a percentage of, say, unimpaired flow is just a measuring stick as to what's being kept, what's going throughout, and begin to have a bit of a more granular understanding of the Bay Delta and, the watersheds and the hydrology that they're experiencing. I think that would help us just kind of understand where things are. Reservoir levels are good, kind of what's happening on the managed side is helpful. But I think what's happening on the ecological side would also help flesh out for us kind of what the water year is looking like for the ecosystems as well.
sounds good. We can work with the team to add that additional
I
information.
appreciate that. And then just also just an incredible amount of thanks, continued thanks to the team, to all the efforts, and to the water user community for just getting into the Cal Water system. Really, that is the foundation and platform from which we're going to be having all these future discussions. And so bringing people into that modern system and importantly, working through whatever challenges are coming up, as they will in a new system, is really critical. Just appreciate the responsiveness. I know we've had outreach from legislators as well, funneling constituents over to us. Please, anyone out there that is having any issues, come in the front door. The resources are there, email and otherwise, on the website. And just thanks for the patience and for everyone's continued effort to make sure that the onboarding and the usage of that platform is really bearing its fruit here before us. So that's about it, I think, for myself, Vice Chair.
Ditto to everything that you just said. I just have two things. One on the Colorado, I know that you've been saying we'll be having a more detailed presentation, so look forward to that. But I would just suggest always including a specific slide on the Colorado. I think we're all following it, as closely as we can, but just don't have a lot of detail. And then secondly, kudos to the launch on Cal Waters, but in particular, that response time. That's terrific. And I think that means a lot to those that are, maybe frustrated and don't have the answers. They're confused. Speaking as a low-tech person, I know it can get very confusing. And so when you're wanting to get some help and getting that quick turnaround is really important. So thank you for that.
Thank you to the team, and Jeff and Juliet have really redirected a lot of staff there to make it work. So kudos to them.
Yeah, and those in-person workshops and events, I think, are even greater because, to your point, Dee Dee, folks might not necessarily be all that comfortable and need someone to kind of help walk through. Looking to other fellow colleagues if there's anything, question or comment. All right, thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. Appreciate it. That now brings us to our second informational item, which is an update on from the Office of Operator Certification. Good morning. Good to see you all. Really appreciate and looking forward to this.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Keisha Kelly, Program Manager for the Office of Operator Certification Program in the Division of Financial Assistance. With me today is Josh Zeese, the Assistant Deputy Director over the program, and Julie Osborne, who is the program's legal counsel. Today's presentation is to provide a status update on the Office of Operator Certification Program, including the recommendations that were made by the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program and Wastewater Operator Certification Program Advisory Committees, and the State Water Resources Control Board staff's progress on the implementation of those recommendations. Next slide, please. The State Water Board is responsible for administering the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program and the Wastewater Operator Certification Program. The Drinking Water Operator Certification Program certifies drinking water distribution operators and drinking water treatment operators. The Wastewater Operator Certification Program certifies wastewater treatment plant operators. It classifies wastewater treatment plants, and it registers contract operators. Both programs are governed by statutes and regulations. Next slide, please. Over the past 4 years, the Office of Operator Certification has been diligently working with the Division of Information Technology to expand its database into an interactive online portal that allows customers to submit applications to Office of Operator Certification electronically, review and resolve application deficiencies, and track application status. Next slide. This year, the Office of Operator Certification launched 3 new online applications and began development on a 4th application. I'm sorry, in 2025. In January and February, Office of Operator Certification launched the ability for applicants to submit examination applications for grades 4 and 5 exams for both drinking water and wastewater operator certification electronically, wrapping up the exam application phase of this project. This past summer in July, the Office of Operator Certification launched the ability for applicants to submit wastewater renewal applications electronically and began development on drinking water renewal applications. The launch of electronic drinking water renewal applications is anticipated to occur this month and will complete the renewal application phase of this project. Following the launch of that application, Office of Operator Certification will begin working with the Division of Information Technology on the development of electronic certification applications. Next slide. Since the launch of the first online exam applications in September 2023, Office of Operator Certification has received electronically 1,748 wastewater treatment exam applications, just over 4,000 drinking water treatment examination applications, and 6,553 drinking water distribution examination applications. That's a total of 12,356 exam applications submitted online instead of mailed in on paper applications. Next slide. Since the launch of the online wastewater renewal applications on July 9th, 2025, Office of Operator Certification has received 116 wastewater treatment renewal applications electronically. Next slide. Next slide, please. The Office of Operator Certification meets with each advisory committee a minimum of twice per year to review the programs and provide an opportunity for their input and feedback on topics concerning each program. The items discussed generally consist of a review of program statistics, an update on application processing times, a review of semi-annual customer service survey data, an update on enforcement matters, a discussion on the program's fund condition and whether fee adjustments are needed, and progress on program improvements. In addition, the Office of Operator Certification Management also meets regularly with California and Nevada section of the American Water Works Association and the California Water Environmental Association to discuss industry issues and concerns regarding program updates, stakeholder engagement, workforce development, and alignment of operator certification policies and procedures with water industry changes. Next slide. Over the past year, the Office of Operator Certification has continued its efforts to implement the applicable recommendations presented in 2023 by the program's advisory committees. The applicable recommendations include utilizing a guidance document on reporting drinking water operator experience, modifications to the wastewater operator and training requirement and experience, and amending experience requirements for certified drinking water treatment operators at advanced water treatment facilities, and establishing clear processes and procedures for implementing Assembly Bill 1588 in recognizing military work experience. In consideration of these recommendations, the Office of Operator Certification has made strides in issuing operator certifications by reciprocity to persons who perform duties comparable to the duties of an operator while serving in the U.S. military, as well as awarding experience and education credits. The Office of Operator Certification has also been conducting weekly internal regulation update meetings, and I will provide a more detailed status update on the regulatory updates later in this presentation. Next slide, please. In consideration of the Office of Operator Certification Advisory Committee's recommendation that the Office of Operator Certification establish processes and procedures for recognizing military work experience and education, the Office of Operator Certification continued to evaluate opportunities to issue certifications by reciprocity to persons who perform duties comparable to the duties of an operator while serving in the U.S. military, as well as opportunities to award experience and education credits. When the requirements are satisfied, the Office of Operator Certification issues certifications by reciprocity and awards experience and education credits to persons who perform duties of an operator while serving in the U.S. military. Over this past year, the Office of Operator Certification has issued certifications by reciprocity to persons holding a valid certification issued by the Navy Overseas Operator Certification Program, approved examination applications for persons using their training and education gained while serving in the U.S. military, to meet examination requirements and recognize the U.S. Army Quartermaster College Water Treatment Specialist Program, which is accredited by the U.S. Department of Education, as a substitution toward part of the experience requirement for higher grade level certifications. In addition, when military personnel hold a valid certification issued by another state, the Office of Operator Certification recognizes the experience gained in that state while working in the military. Next slide. The Office of Operator Certification experienced challenges in our attempts to consult with the Department of Defense. However, with the assistance of the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program Advisory Committee member Jose J. Martinez, who holds the advisory committee position for active or former member of the military, the Office of Operator Certification was able to consult with the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force. Attempts to consult with the Army were unsuccessful. The information gathered about operations in the Army comes from discoveries through review of its website and documents submitted by applicants. Attempts to consult with the Coast Guard were also unsuccessful. However, the Office of Operator Certification found no water operator positions or related positions listed on their website. Drinking water operations in the Navy are split between overseas and afloat. For overseas facilities, the Navy has a drinking water operator certification program. The Navy's overseas program consists of 3 certification grades for both distribution and treatment, education requirements, examination requirements, and continuing education requirements to maintain certification. The Navy afloat, the Marines, the Army, and the Air Force do not have drinking water certification programs. These branches provide training courses and on-the-job training, which may include post-course examinations and the issuance of a certificate of completion. The Office of Operator Certification consulted with the states of Washington, Texas, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona. However, none of these states have awarded drinking water operator certifications by reciprocity to persons who performed duties comparable to the duties of an operator while serving in the U.S. military. Next slide, please. Over this past year, Office of Operator Certification staff have made a considerable amount of progress on completing regulatory updates for both programs. Next slide. The Office of Operator Certification staff conducted weekly internal meetings to scope regulatory updates necessary for each program. In the fall, Office of Operator Certification completed scoping of high-level regulatory updates for the Wastewater Operator Certification Program. The potential regulatory updates that have been identified for the Wastewater Operator Certification Program include revisions to the definitions that will make them consistent with current procedures and improve clarity and achieve simplification where needed. None of the changes identified will change current processes and procedures. Amendments to the loan operator process that requires systems who have had difficulty hiring a certified operator of the appropriate grade to operate the plant to work closer with the program on efforts and solutions. The goal is to help ensure the system comes back into compliance in a reasonable amount of time, since loan operators should only be utilized as a temporary solution. Revisions to the minimum education requirements to obtain a Grade 1 operator and training certification as requested by the advisory committee. Revisions to certification requirements that clarify that operators may downgrade a valid certificate to a lower grade. Amendments to examination requirements to be consistent with the change from paper and pencil exams to computer-based testing. For example, deleting the language regarding final filing dates, which will eliminate the 60 days exam applicants have to wait to take an exam after the exam application has been approved. Revisions to the renewal requirements that will make them consistent with current practices. Revisions to the disciplinary action section to add downgrade of a certificate to the list of possible disciplinary actions consistent with current policy. And other minor changes such as updating references, incorporating statutory amendments for consistency, deleting obsolete references and provisions, and amending deadlines to resolve deficiencies on applications to achieve consistency across both programs. At the advisory committee meetings held on October 20th and November 24th, the Wastewater Operator Certification Program Advisory Committee reviewed and provided feedback on these regulatory updates. The advisory committee was supportive of and in agreement with the updates identified. Office of Operator Certification staff began weekly internal meetings to draft the regulatory amendments in January of this year. Next slide, please. Scoping of regulatory updates for the Drinking Water OpCert program still is in process. However, the regulatory updates that have been identified at this stage in the scoping process include new and revised definitions, deletion of obsolete language, clarification and modification of qualifying experience for certification, clarification and modification of examination requirements, and the addition of appeal and petition procedures. Next slide. The Wastewater Operator Certification Program's rulemaking package is currently in the drafting phase. Operator certification staff are meeting weekly to draft the regulatory amendments and tentatively project going to public notice early 2027. From there, it can take up to 1 year to complete the rulemaking process. Next slide, please. A lot of progress has been made on scoping the regulatory updates needed for the drinking water program. However, it is still ongoing. The drinking water regulations were last updated in 2001, and based on early scoping, the rulemaking package is expected to require significantly more amendments than the wastewater package. Office of Operator Certification intends to complete scoping near the end of 2026 and begin the drafting phase of the rulemaking process in early 2027. Next slide. Next slide, please. This chart is a count of the number of valid drinking water and wastewater operator certificates by grade and type as of June 30th, 2025. This chart is a count of the valid certificates and does not reflect the number of certified operators, as it is not uncommon for operators to hold certifications for more than one discipline at a time. As of June 30th, there were over 6,000 valid wastewater certificates, including operator and training certificates, and a combined total of over 35,000 valid drinking water treatment and distribution certificates. The total of valid certificates for each discipline increased in 2025. The wastewater total has increased by approximately 112, and the drinking water combined total has increased by approximately 1,753 as compared to June 30th of 2024. Next slide, please. This second chart is a snapshot of cumulative computer-based testing pass rates from the inception of computer-based testing in February 2021 through June 2025. The treatment grade 5 examination is an oral examination and not conducted via computer-based testing, so it's not reflected here in this chart. The far right column contains historical pass percentages of paper and pencil examinations conducted prior to the implementation of computer-based testing. The computer-based testing pass rates are generally consistent with historic pass rates. Next slide, please. All right. This final chart reflects the approximate number of exam, certification, and renewal applications received in 2025, along with the number of certifications, both new certifications and renewed certifications issued in 2025. That is over 25,000 applications in a year. Wastewater applications are processed within 30 days of receipt, and drinking water applications are processed within 45 days. To ensure the Office of Operator Certification consistently meets those processing timeframes, all applications are processed in the order in which they are received. Next slide. Next slide. In addition to Office of Operator Certification's regular workload of processing over 25,000 applications, administering examinations, and issuing certifications, over this next year, Office of Operator Certification staff will also be working on the following items. Continue work on the online portal project. Office of Operator Certification will be deploying online drinking water renewal applications and begin development of the certification application phase. This project requires a considerable amount of staff time. Program staff meet weekly with the Division of Information Technology, as well as dedicating time in between meetings to test the applications and provide feedback in advance of each meeting. This year, program staff also will work with the Division of Administrative Services to initiate the state contracting process to pursue a new computer-based testing contract. The current computer-based testing contract expires at the end of fiscal year 26-27. Each year, the State Water Board is required to review the fees for both programs to ensure that the fees collected provide sufficient revenue to recover the cost of the programs and to compensate for past overcollection or undercollection of revenue. This past summer, the board adopted a resolution approving emergency regulations to increase the wastewater operator certification fees by 35% for all fee categories except for the fees for provisional operators. This was to cover expenditures and continue bringing revenues back in line with expenditures, with the understanding that the wastewater OpCert program's expenditures would continue to exceed revenues, and that a future fee increase would be necessary to completely close the gap between expenditures and revenues and achieve a prudent fund reserve. Analysis of the drinking water and wastewater operator certification fees will be completed this spring, at which point the Office of Operator Certification will meet with advisory committees and determine if a change to the fees in either program is required. We will also continue work on the regulatory updates for both programs, continue efforts to recognize military work experience and education, and continue engagement with the Drinking Water Advisory Committee on evaluating continued use of an oral exam format for the Drinking Water T5 exam. Next slide. This concludes the presentation. However, before we proceed with taking questions, I would like to acknowledge all my staff in the Office of Operator Certification Program and express my appreciation for yet another year of diligent and hard work. Each year, they manage to accomplish more than the last with no additional resources. The way they have continued to step up to the plate and work together as a team over this past year has been remarkable to watch. I would also like to acknowledge and extend gratitude to our stakeholders and all our advisory committee members for their time, their participation, and partnership. Their contributions have truly helped make this program better. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you so much for your leadership as well, Ms. Kelly, in all of this, and join in thanking your team here and the advisory committee members. It's been amazing to see the work these last years and the improvement in this program, the digitization, the going to computer-based testing, the operator certification programs that we oversee here, that you oversee, are the workhorse in workforce development in this state. They are the front door. It is how we get new folks into the sector. It is how people advance in their careers. And so ensuring that we have a level of service here that continues to be reflective of current, truly the crisis that we're in. When you look at the number of retirements that we're in, the pressures, the need for D5 and D4, operators out there, and the relative scant number that we have means that we need to continue to ensure that the program remains a strong foundation for workforce development in the state, and we have. And just the numbers themselves, pan that out, and just really appreciative of the continued leadership that you've continued to just display in this space, the trust that the advisory committee has with you all, just the in-depth work that you're doing to even review the regulations. When I hear that, we haven't, there hasn't been an opportunity to update the drinking water operator certification regs since 2001. It's work that's been needed, but we see what happens sometimes when things go a bit too long, say, in redoing them. So the work that you're doing is incredibly foundational. And to your point, it hasn't been with additional resource. I'll be interested to figure out how maybe we get you all some additional resources, because I think just a bit of resource to you all, given everything that you've done already with your existing resources, I think would go a long way continuing to meet the expectations of the water sector here in the state, because I know folks are, wanting us to go faster perhaps on that regulatory update and work, but we're doing the best we have with the resources we have. And as you mentioned, when we talk about fees, it's ultimately, through fees that we would even be able to support additional resources. So I think it's a relationship that's really critical with us in the water sector here. And again, I can't thank you enough for just all the leadership and work that's gone into improving this program. We're leaps and bounds better these last years than before COVID, really. And it was COVID that forced us into this mode where the in-person testing wasn't going to be able to happen. And I can't thank you all enough for that work. I do have just a few questions. When it comes to the number of certifications that are out there, I understand, especially on the drinking water side, folks may have multiple certifications. Wondering if there's a way we can kind of narrow that down to the number of individuals with certifications, only because I think it's helpful for us to kind of keep a pulse on how many new folks are coming into the sector, how many are perhaps exiting as well. And to that question, when say a certified operator retires, do we retire their certification, or do we track? And just wondering then, to try to better get a sense of how many able-bodied individuals are in the certified and in the workforce. It could be helpful just to I imagine we probably don't track once folks retire out or anything. And so I don't know how we necessarily would provide that hook, but just for what it's worth, to try to get that total kind of understanding of how many, again, new individuals are coming in, how many are retiring out, we might be able to better develop some data there. And then lastly, I think maybe, want to just put a personal thanks to Mr. Martinez for the work he did in helping us to connect over with our folks in the military branches. I think it's really critical that we try to, again, find individuals that are already either trained or certified, help them get into the sector here, and open those doors for folks coming into the water sector, both wastewater and drinking water. Wondering if there is, or if you know of discussion around reciprocity for other states in their certifications. I know it is sometimes hard because we have different requirements. Certainly, we have different maximum contaminant levels here within the state, and so it's not always a one-to-one when you think of other states and their operator certifications. But to the extent that we can create an ability for others from other states that are perhaps moving in and want to join the water sector here, we're previously working for other water agencies in other states, it'd be helpful to try to see what that bridge is, and if there is a way to at least somewhat credit so people can come in with some of that service already kind of taken care of, in an attempt to just better kind of grease the skids, if you will, in workforce development and trying to bring folks in. So those are just the only quick comments, and more importantly, thanks for everything you've been doing, Ms. Kelly.
Yeah, so we do offer reciprocity to operators from other states. As far as other states offering reciprocity to those who performed operations in the military, offering reciprocity is extremely hard when those operators don't hold a certification issued by the military. However, we do know that other states do some degree, and it varies state to state, of recognizing either the training or the education for those that have performed operations in the military. But again, none of them actually award them a certification via reciprocity. As far, going back to your remarks on workforce development and the number of valid certifications, so we are able to determine the number of individuals with certifications. We don't track where operators work. And so we are not aware or informed when operators retire. And what we do know is that operators love to hold their certifications just in case, even into retirement. So we're not directly able to determine how many are actually working, but what we are able to produce is what we call an aging report, where we break down by discipline and by grades and age the number of certified operators. So that is something that will give us a look into the number of valid certificates that are out there that are likely held by retired operators. And it gives us a better picture, even though it doesn't give us a complete picture.
That is fantastic. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. And I appreciate these updates and having had, you all before us and having regular updates. So maybe in that future update, just it would be great to include that slide, I think, and really appreciate that you're gathering that data. I think that serves the purpose that, I would be looking for it for there. So no need for change at all. And just appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah,
Kelly.
we do those aging reports. We give them at other presentations at conferences that we do, and we discuss and review them with our advisory committees as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Looking to other board colleagues for comment and question. Board Member Aguirre and then Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. 100% echo all of the chair's great comments. Not a whole lot to add to that, but thank you for all your work in the program. It's very thorough, and I can see we've come a long way with moving to electronic certification exams and all of that. And I think it's really shown the work and investment that you've made. So thank you for that. I was thinking too about the workforce development challenges and how to get better data, certainly from this side. But you also talked a little bit about the lone operator issues. And so what I hear about most are rural areas, rural communities, water systems that aren't able to find operators, and so just throwing it out there, and maybe this is not your program, maybe this is a Division of Drinking Water question, but could we come at this from the other direction and figuring out how many water systems and wastewater systems are actually having a challenging time finding the operators, right? Like, and identifying where are their shortfalls, where are their geographic areas. We kind of know, I think it won't be surprising, but I think it would be helpful to have a better picture for where those deficits are, so we can try and support better educating future operators as to where they might look for work, and connecting the systems with the workers themselves. So just wanted to throw that out there. If we don't already have that kind of information, truing up the data that you have with what we're hearing from water systems might be helpful. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I echo all the comments and just so impressed with this program. I know Board Member Morgan worked on this and did a lot to try to help the electronic system and computer-based testing, get started. And it's really impressive to see how this program has been able to manage, the data and system modernization, the customer-oriented and performance metrics work, as well as the engagement with folks within the advisory group and, the interested and engaged folks that are relying on the program. And then also, I think this additional workload of updating regulations. And this is all a lot, and they're different niches. And it's so impressive to see how you all have really leaned in and been able to make so much progress on all of those things. One of the things I wanted to flag, since, these meetings are a time we can talk with our other board members and talk with the public and staff, is that one of the benefits of moving to electronic-based testing is addressing some of unconscious bias and things that are at root of some of the racial equity goals we have. And so I do think we should, I know one of the things on here for future work is around looking at the T5 exam, oral exam, that's still not moved to that. And I do worry about that. I think if we're, as board members, we really want to get engagement with the advisory committee, but I also want to just express as a board member that this is, I think, a real priority and something that we would want to see transition to be consistent with the racial equity policy. And then I really look forward to the regulatory updates. I always worry because, some of the core work and staffing that you all do isn't necessarily the same type of work of updating regs. And so I want to make sure we're supporting that's a priority, and look forward to that discussion around scoping, especially on the drinking water one, since that's a more comprehensive thing. But just echo the how impressive this is and appreciate the space to get that update.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Looking to see if there's any discussion or questions from the dais. And seeing none, we don't have any commenters, I believe, for this item still as well. So just incredible thanks, and look forward to the advisory committee meetings through the year here. I'd like to do my best to try to pop in, and just, again, a lot of appreciation to everyone. This is such a core program, a really key program. Doesn't get often a lot of the attention that it really does deserve. So really appreciate the update and being able to elevate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That wraps up our 2 informational items and brings us to item number 5 on our agenda, which is an item from the Division of Water Rights regarding 2 case-by-case exemptions from the North Coast in-stream flows policy. We'll wait for folks to swap out here for a moment. Morning. Good to see you all.
Morning.
Oh, yes, please. Yes.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. I am Katie Lee, a senior environmental scientist supervisor in the board's Division of Water Rights. With me today are division staff members Taylor Kunkel and JC Keneally, division permitting section manager Amanda Montgomery, and Office of Chief Counsel Attorney Will Schriffenberger. Today, we will present for consecutive action 2 water right applicant requests for exceptions from the State Water Board's policy for maintaining in-stream flows in Northern California coastal streams. The presentation will refer to this policy as either the North Coast in-stream flow policy or just the policy. The requests we will be discussing today seek acceptance of water right applications involving on-stream dams in the Northern California coastal area. The presentation for Agenda Item 5 includes an overview of the policy's requirements for case-by-case exception requests, followed by project-specific information related to the exception request for applications A033106 and A033107 of Barbara R. Banky. The presentation for Agenda Item 6 will consist of just project-specific information related to the exception request for application A032424 of Flocini Estate, LLC. Next slide, please. So let's get started with the policy overview. I will pass the mic to JC to provide this background information.
The primary objective of the board's North Coast in-stream flow policy is to ensure that water rights are administered in a manner that maintains in-stream flows for the protection of fishery resources. The policy focuses on measures that protect native fish populations, with a particular focus on anadromous salmonids, including steelhead, coho salmon, and chinook salmon, and their habitat. To this end, the policy requires water right applicants in the policy area to comply with protective principles, including measures regarding the season of diversion, minimum bypass flow, and maximum cumulative diversion. The policy also contains measures to restrict approval of on-stream dams. Next slide, please. This slide shows the potential ways on-stream dams can impact salmonids. Each potential impact on this slide is associated with an icon. We will use these 6 graphics throughout these presentations when describing the case-by-case exception requests. The first potential impact is preventing fish passage and blocking access to upstream spawning and rearing habitats. The next is intercepting and retaining spring and summer flows. The third is intercepting and retaining gravel that would otherwise replenish downstream spawning areas. The next is intercepting and retaining large wood that would otherwise provide downstream habitat structure. Then, the potential impact of causing loss of riparian habitat or wetlands. And finally, the potential impact of creating lake-like habitats that favor non-native species that may either prey on anadromous salmonids or compete for food and shelter. In light of these potential impacts, the policy contains provisions prohibiting the acceptance of most new water right applications involving on-stream dams on Class 1 or Class 2 streams. Within the policy, Class 1 streams are capable of supporting fish, and Class 2 streams are capable of supporting aquatic, non-fish species. Next slide, please. The policy also allows water right applicants to request case-by-case exceptions to any policy provision. A request for a case-by-case exception must explain the reason for the request and the policy provisions involved, as well as make a case for the 2 board findings required to grant the request. To grant a request, the board must find that the exception will not compromise maintenance of in-stream flows and that the public interest will be served by the exception. The water right applications in today's presentations are requesting diversions from on-stream dams located on Class 1 or 2 streams. Both applicants have submitted requests for an exception to the policy provision prohibiting acceptance of their applications. The remainder of this presentation will describe one of these requests and the division's evaluation. The second request will be described in a presentation for the next item on today's agenda. From here, I will let Taylor take over to review the first request. Next slide, please.
Sorry, is your mic on?
How about
Okay.
that? Okay. Can you hear me better now? Thanks, JC. The first case-by-case exception request is associated with water right applications A033106 and A033107, filed by Barbara R. Banky in 2020. Next slide, please. These applications request diversion of up to 553 acre-feet from Class 1 and 2 streams within the Mackinac Creek watershed of the Russian River. The applications request diversion seasons of October 1st to December 14th and April 1st to May 31st, and purposes of use for domestic, irrigation, frost protection, heat control, industrial, recreational, stock watering, and incidental fire protection. The flow path of the requested diversions in the Mackinac Creek watershed can be seen on the inset map to the right. Project details are depicted on the figure to the left. The points of diversion are shown as red markers on the slide. The red circles represent the on-stream dams on No Name Creek associated with the case-by-case exception request. The yellow marker on the slide denotes the upper limit of salmon habitat, otherwise known as the upper limit of anadromedy. 4 of the on-stream dams are upstream of anadromedy in a portion of No Name Creek classified as a Class 2 stream, and 1 on-stream dam is located downstream of the yellow marker on a portion of No Name Creek classified as a Class 1 stream. In addition to the on-stream dams on No Name Creek, the applicant's diversion works also include 1 on-stream dam on the unnamed stream and a weir on Yellow Jacket Creek, labeled as red squares on the map. The applicant requested exceptions for all points of diversion involving on-stream dams. The analysis we're going to cover today focuses on the No Name Creek dams. The proposed order explains that inclusion of the dam located on the unnamed stream in these applications does not constitute a request for a new on-stream dam within the meaning of the policy. This dam was previously authorized by an existing license issued in 1959, and the applicant is not proposing any alterations to the structure of the dam or the footprint of the reservoir. Next slide. The applications we are discussing today were filed in 2020 to supplement the season of diversion requested by a set of pending applications filed in 1999. Both sets of applications request the same points of diversion and place of use. The 1999 applications request a season of diversion of December 15th to March 31st. The 2020 applications associated with the case-by-case exception seek to extend that season into the spring and fall. The total amount of water requested is capped between all 4 applications. Said another way, the 2020 applications are not requesting additional water, but rather additional time to divert the amount originally requested in the 1999 filings. To facilitate processing of the 1999 filings, the applicant consulted with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, abbreviated as CDFW, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, abbreviated as NMFS. And together they developed a conservation program for the streams on the applicant's property. The program was designed to promote conservation and recovery of endangered Central California coast coho salmon and threatened Central California coast steelhead, and includes commitments like protective diversion criteria, modification in-stream structures, and riparian habitat restoration. The applicant agreed to implement this program by executing a safe harbor agreement. This agreement includes terms and criteria for the requested water diversions to comport with the federal and state Endangered Species Acts. One of the required criteria is to reduce diversions under claims of right on Yellow Jacket Creek, which supports threatened and endangered salmon. The fishery agencies identified that additional flows could be diverted from No Name Creek, which they recommend be managed as non-anadromous to offset diversions from Yellow Jacket Creek in order to better support fish habitat and restoration activities on Yellow Jacket. The applicant's exception request materials included the conditions from the Safe Harbor Agreement and diversion criteria for the on-stream dams on No Name Creek to support fishery protection. Next slide. The Division of Water Rights evaluated the case-by-case exception request with respect to maintenance of in-stream flows and public interest. The division's assessment is primarily based on the evaluation of supplemental materials referenced in the exception request, which include the Safe Harbor Agreement, proposed terms and diversion criteria developed by CDFW and NMFS, and a stream classification report, and an existing habitat assessment report consisting of a hydrologic analysis, field assessments of aquatic and riparian habitat, and a critical riffle analysis to determine fish passage flows. Next slide. The applicant's exception request asserts that granting the exception will not compromise the maintenance of in-stream flows. The following slides illustrate our considerations regarding the 6 impact areas discussed earlier. Katie will now walk us through the division's evaluation.
Thanks, Taylor. In terms of evaluation, the division considered the project as currently proposed and identified that the applicant effectively demonstrated maintenance of in-stream flows by incorporating the Safe Harbor Agreement requirements and fishery agency terms and diversion criteria in the project description, provided that the applications are conditioned to comply with the policy's requirements. Taking a closer look, for the first impact area, which is fish passage indicated by the fish graphic, access to upstream spawning and rearing habitat will not be blocked by the dams, as 4 of the 5 on-stream dams are upstream of the range of anadromy. For the on-stream dam within anadromy, information presented in the Safe Harbor Agreement indicates that effects of the dam structure preventing fish passage are likely minimal, given site conditions. With respect to fish passage downstream of the dams, the applicant has committed to diversion criteria designed by CDFW and NMFS to improve hydrologic conditions during low-flow summer months. In letters of support for the application, CDFW and NMFS determined the recommended diversion criteria are protective and would not adversely affect salmon or other species downstream. The second impact area, potential impacts to spring and summer flows, is represented by the water flow graphic. Here, the Safe Harbor Agreement bypass requirements allow the applicant to reduce diversions on Yellow Jacket Creek during low-flow summer and fall periods and shift more diversions to the on-stream reservoirs. As with the first impact area, the fishery agency analyses concluded that the diversions operated with the required bypass flows would be protective of salmonids downstream. Next slide, please. For the rest of the impact areas, Appendix D of the policy requires applicants to prepare mitigation plans developed by qualified individuals unless the board determines such mitigation plans are unnecessary. These areas include intercepting and retaining gravel and wood, riparian habitat loss, and creating habitat for non-native species. For these impact areas, the applicant provided some information in support of Appendix D's requirements. Specifically, the applicant has agreed with fishery agency requirements to develop a riparian habitat enhancement plan, which is expected to increase large woody debris and gravel recruitment, and a bullfrog control plan. The division determined that this information, in combination with conditioning to comport with the policy's mitigation plan requirements, demonstrates that the project would not contribute to impacts in these areas. Next slide, please. Turning to public interest, the exception request asserts that granting the exception is in the public interest. The division considered that granting the exception request would allow the applicant to achieve the goals of the Safe Harbor Agreement and benefit salmon in Yellow Jacket Creek by enhancing salmon habitat in potential rearing and migration reaches, facilitating fish passage, improving hydrologic conditions during low flow months, and assisting with the reestablishment of self-sustaining runs of coho salmon in tributary streams within the Russian River Basin. Next slide, please. Written comments on this agenda item, including the proposed order, were due by January 29, 2026. No comments were received. Staff also met with the applicant's representative to discuss the proposed order. The applicant did not raise any concerns and noted that the conditions in the proposed order align with their expectations. Next slide, please. The proposed order approves the exception request with conditions to ensure consistency with the Safe Harbor Agreement requirements and fishery agency criteria and deadlines for submitting mitigation plans or additional information. If the proposed order is adopted and the request is approved, the 2020 applications would be accepted into the division's permitting process to be further evaluated and would be subject to all standard permitting requirements in order to make a decision regarding whether to issue a permit, including the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, the Water Code, and other provisions of the North Coast In-Stream Flow Policy. Upon acceptance, the next processing step for these applications would be public noticing, during which staff will conduct tribal outreach in accordance with the board's tribal consultation policy. Staff circulated a change sheet, adding one sentence to the order clarifying these next steps. The board's deputy director for water rights has recommended that the board adopt the proposed order, granting the exception request and accepting the water right applications for evaluation and processing. This concludes the presentation for agenda item 5. At this time, I will end the presentation and yield the floor to the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the good work on the item here. I know we have a couple of commenters, but they are speak if needed. And just looking to Ms. Tyler, I think we can, first and foremost, so is there any questions or comment from the board? Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll just recognize that this was a lot of work, and this was, it seems like, a really excellent example of an applicant working with fishery agencies and developing collaboration, commitments on both flow and habitat, and also providing good information to staff. And that's all, I think, really critical as we look at how we're implementing this policy. I'm glad to see that we're making progress getting through what I know is a big workload. And I also just really appreciate the addition of the change sheet that just emphasizes the need to do tribal engagement as we're implementing this. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire? Yes? Okay.
Yes, thank you for your good work on this. I know that it's not easy to move through any part of the water rights permitting process, and this is an important step for these applications. I'm very comfortable with your recommendations here today. And I'll say that this is one of those opportunities that don't come up very often. We don't often talk about the North Coast in-stream flow policy and how it's applied to water rights decisions, but I know that there's many pending applications in the North Coast area of the state, and there have been for decades. And so this is an area I just want to flag for additional understanding in terms of how that's going. The policy's been around for some time now. I can't remember quite when it was adopted, but I'd really appreciate an update at some point in terms of what other exception requests are there? How many applications do we have? How are those applications moving through the process? What barriers are we encountering in that process? And are there ways that we can continue to be protective, which is the intent of the policy? We want to continue to protect our water resources and the fisheries, absolutely. But at the same time, can we be more efficient in moving some of these long-standing applications through a little bit more timely? So anyway, just wanted to put in a plug for that while I had the opportunity. But thank you very much for your good work on this.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Appreciate the plug. Double up on it as well. It's been great to see, the additional resources I know Water Rights has been receiving. And to your point, we do have a lot of backlogged work and real needing to prioritize and ensure that we're trying to move along what we can and clear the field of what, again, is quite the backlog when it comes to just the lack of resource that we really had in administering a lot of this work. So just really appreciative, as the board members have said, the great work of folks that have done here. Vice Chair, anything? Okay. And just checking in with you, Board Member Morgan, you're good?
And Chair Esquivel, I'll just note that the two individuals who submitted comment cards for if necessary are both on the platform and neither has raised their hand.
Okay.
So it appears the board can proceed.
Great. I appreciate that, Mr. Lawfer. Thank you, Clerk. I think we're prepared for a motion.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move to adopt item 5 with change sheet number 1.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous, and the order is adopted. Appreciate it. Now we'll move on to item number 6, which is our second in-stream flow policy exemption.
Well, hello again, Chair Esquivel and board members. As noted in the previous agenda item, Division of Water Rights staff will now be presenting for the board's consideration a second water right applicant request for an exception to the State Water Board's North Coast in-stream flow policy. This exception request is from Flocini Estate LLC, associated with water right application A032424, which requests to divert water by means of an existing on-stream dam located between a Class 1 and Class 2 stream. JC will get us started with a review of the project details. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Katie. The Flocini on-stream dam is located in southern Sonoma County on an unnamed tributary to the Petaluma River. The point of diversion at the on-stream dam is shown with a red circle on this slide. The unnamed tributary supports native fish habitat, but does not contain habitat for anadromous salmonids. Salmon habitat is present just over a mile downstream at the confluence with the Petaluma River. This is the upper limit of anadromy and is shown on the slide with a yellow marker. The application requests approval to divert 22.3 acre-feet of water to storage via the on-stream reservoir. The requested diversion season is November 1 through May 31, and the request for purposes of use are irrigation of 29 acres and recreation at the reservoir. Next slide, please. The applicant's exception request asserts that granting the exception will not compromise the maintenance of in-stream flows. As with the Banky exception request from the prior agenda item, we evaluated the case-by-case exception request materials as well as associated comments from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or CDFW, related to this assertion. The following slides illustrate the division's considerations with respect to the 6 impact areas discussed earlier. Katie will now talk us through the division's evaluation.
Thank you, JC. The division considered the project as currently proposed and determined that the project could be conditioned to support a finding that it will not compromise maintenance of in-stream flows. For the first impact area, which is fish passage, indicated by the fish graphic, access to upstream fish habitat will not be compromised at the dam as it is located a mile upstream of anadromy. In terms of impacts to downstream flows, the applicant conducted a cumulative diversion analysis, which demonstrates that flows will not be compromised if the diversion is operated with a regionally protective minimum bypass flow requirement and within the regionally protective diversion season of December 15 to March 31. Accordingly, the proposed order includes terms that reduce the diversion season and impose a minimum bypass flow requirement. For the second impact area, intercepting and retaining spring and summer flows, as I mentioned for fish passage, the cumulative diversion analysis demonstrates these flows will not be compromised if the project is operated during the December 15 to March 31 season with a regionally protective bypass flow requirement. Further, CDFW's comments indicated they would only support granting the request with the shorter regionally protective season and bypass flow requirements. Therefore, the proposed order limits the season of diversion in any permit issued on the application accordingly. Next slide, please. For the rest of the impact areas, Appendix D of the policy requires applicants to prepare mitigation plans developed by qualified individuals unless the board determines such mitigation plans are unnecessary. These areas include intercepting and retaining gravel and wood, riparian habitat loss, and creating habitat for non-native species. For these impact areas, information submitted by the applicant was limited to an argument that an upstream neighbor's on-stream reservoir is already blocking gravel and wood. The division determined that conditioning the project to comport with the policy's mitigation plan requirements demonstrates the project would not contribute to impacts in these areas. Next slide, please. The division also reviewed the materials submitted to support consideration of whether and how application acceptance would serve the public interest. The applicant made two public interest arguments. The first argument is that their vineyard promotes the local economy through property taxes and seasonal farming jobs. The second is that removal of the dam would cause the loss of the vineyard because the property lacks alternative sources of water. While it's possible the applicant could extract groundwater, precluding the opportunity for the applicant to pursue this application could make it difficult to continue using the property for farming. Considering various legislative pronouncements that preserving farmland is in the public interest, the risk to changing the land use was a public interest factor that weighed in favor of granting the exception request. In addition to farmland preservation, the division considered that the policy describes protection of fishery resources as in the public interest. Here, specific factors such as the on-stream dam's location over a mile upstream of Anadromie and the lack of suitable salmonid habitat downstream of the reservoir indicate that with conditions, the harm proposed to the public interest with respect to fishery resources would be minimal. Accordingly, the division concluded that application acceptance, provided it is conditioned to comply with the regionally protective criteria and the policy's requirements for a bypass system plan and mitigation plans, would serve the public interest. Next slide, please. Written comments on this agenda item were due by January 29, 2026. No comments were received. Staff also met with the applicant's representative to discuss the proposed order. The applicant did not raise any concerns and noted that the conditions in the proposed order align with their expectations. Next slide, please. The proposed order approves the exception request with the following conditions. First, under any permit issued pursuant to this application, the diversion season would be reduced to December 15 to March 31. Diversions would also be held to the regionally protective minimum bypass flow requirement. Additional conditions require completion of passing cumulative effects analysis, a bypass system plan, and impose deadlines for submitting mitigation plans or additional information regarding gravel and wood augmentation, non-native species eradication, and riparian habitat replacement. If the proposed order is adopted and the request is approved, Flocini's application would be accepted into our process to be further evaluated and would be subject to all standard permitting requirements in order to make a decision regarding whether to issue a permit, including the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, the Water Code, and other provisions of the North Coast in-stream flow policy. Upon acceptance, the next processing step for this application would be public noticing, during which staff will conduct tribal outreach in accordance with the board's tribal consultation policy. Staff circulated a change sheet, adding one sentence to the order clarifying these next steps. The board's Deputy Director for Water Rights has recommended that the board adopt the proposed order, granting the exception request and accepting the water right application for evaluation and processing. This concludes the presentation for this item. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you again for the great work here. We don't have commenters signed up for this item, so we're just running off of any further discussion we have here at the dais. Board member Fires?
I just have a question on this one. It sounds like they provided some flow studies or additional information or specific information to help with this application for exception. So just wondering, is that, I know as board member McGuire said, I look forward to more information on the full caseload here and how we're moving forward. But I'm interested if that if that was helpful and necessary in helping to move this forward, if that's something that we receive regularly from other applicants. Just curious on that.
Yes, so what they submitted is called a cumulative diversion analysis, and it is something that applicants submit as part of the permit process. They turn theirs in early, and it was very helpful in processing. We have information on our website to help applicants complete these, and we plan to add a little bit more information probably later today to really help people understand how they might use a study like that for a case-by-case exception request.
Great. And then in this case, again, CDFW had weighed in, which was really helpful. Have we, again, well, I know we'll get more information. I don't want to put you on the spot to summarize the rest of the caseload, but just, again, wondering if that's something that we have for all of the applicants that are pending. Is this one that they particularly had provided information and weighed in on, interested in, because that's an additional area of work and collaboration with that agency to have to provide that information, which I think I'm assuming, well, certainly to me and in my comfort with this recommendation is critical. So I'm just interested if that's a common thing for all of the most of the applications that are pending, or if that's if this one was particularly, and the last one were both particularly ready because they had that.
So in terms of case-by-case exception request applications, as far as our workload goes, there are 2 more that are pending. And of those 2 more, I believe we have CDFW input on them. To the extent you are asking about all pending applications and CDFW input, there are places in our process, included in the in-stream flow policy, where we do reach out and receive input from the fishery agencies at certain points in the process for all applications that are being processed under the in-stream flow policy.
Great. Okay. Thanks. And I know we'll get more information on all of this, but since we've got these 2 examples, but I'm comfortable with the recommendation and appreciate the work.
Thank you, board member. Any other questions or comments from members? And if not, I think we'd be ready for a motion.
I move adoption of item 6, adoption of the order along with change sheet number 1.
I'll second with the addition that it appears that there are some creeks and tributaries that need names. So maybe we can talk about that too.
We'll take that up in our one of the next items, board member. Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Vote is unanimous and the order is adopted. Again, great work. And we'll start thinking of some names for those many unnamed named creeks. Thank you. All right, I am going to, as folks can notice in our agenda, the next item is not supposed to start until noon. And so because of that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is grab our priorities discussion, number 8. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up here before, and so that we go ahead and take advantage of some time before we have a lunch, and then we'll go ahead and get into item number 7. So we'll now, let's go ahead and give ourselves a 5-minute break just to have a break here, and then we'll start in on item number 8, which is a discussion on our yearly board priorities. So let's get back here at 10:30. All right, everyone. We're a little past 10:30 now, and just appreciate that we are coming back, as I said, to now item number 8, taking a little out of order, and appreciate everyone's flexibility in doing that. And as we transition, just a note, the first time that we did this board priorities exercise, I think you all recall, we were in the Coachella Valley after the Salton Sea workshop that we had down there. And it was our attempt at trying to just figure out how best we communicate what are these board's priorities, what things folks should be tracking. And I think it's served us well these last years, but I think it's time for a deeper dive, a little more unpacking as to what that document looks like, what it serves, how we can continue to improve it. I think importantly, when I came as chair, I think the last time that like our comprehensive strategic work plan or strategic kind of document had last been updated in like 2012 or so. And the thought of taking a multi-year process in order to comprehensively go through that, I think we all were desiring something as a board a little nimbler, a little quicker, a little speedier. And importantly, I think it served us very well these last years, but it's needing to have some rethought. And I think this is now our opportunity to have a little bigger, a little greater of a discussion, a little bigger of a think around this product, this strategic work plan, and how it might continue to live on here into the future. And so I'll kick it over to Eric, and Karen. And just thank you all for the thought I know you've been giving into this document. I know, again, it's served as a really good basis for understanding what to prioritize throughout the work year when it comes to workloads and staffing. And so just appreciate this space and this opportunity for a dialogue.
Great. Good morning. Chair, you actually covered some of the intro, I think, table setting that I was going to do, so that's helpful. Karen, Eric, and I are going to tag team this presentation. As you said, it's on the agenda as a discussion of annual board priorities or something to that effect. Really, it's a conversation about our strategic work plan. As you mentioned, we originally first did it, I think it was back in 2020 in the Coachella Valley. It was an attempt to sort of describe in one place in a succinct manner our priorities. It's not like a representation of all of the work we do, but I would describe it as a succinct articulation of our near-term priorities and our intermediate-term priorities. And as you all know, it's organized around 4 thematic priorities, which I will summarize as 1, protecting public health, 2, protect and restore watersheds, marine waters, and ecosystems, 3, increase water supply resiliency in the face of climate change, and 4, strengthen relationships, systems, and internal capacity. This will be the 7th report that we develop. I went back actually to the first one recently and looked at that, and it was around 10 pages. And then I looked at last year's, and it was around 17 pages. So it's still short, but it is definitely kind of expanding as time goes on. And as you all know, normally every year we do a meeting where we get all of you together. We have a notice meeting. Typically, we do it in South Lake Tahoe, and we have an opportunity to do a mid-year check-in and get input from all of you as to how it's going, what we've accomplished, what's on track, what's not, what the next year's plan should look like. Unfortunately, this year, due to scheduling, I think it was primarily conflicts with some Bay Delta work we had to do. We weren't able to do that meeting over the summer, and so we went into the fall with briefings with all of you to discuss the updated plan for this year, what it should look like, any potential changes that we should make. And it really became apparent to us as staff when we went to brief you, we really lost something important in not having that summer meeting, having you all have the ability to talk to each other and hear each other's ideas as opposed to the way we brief you, which is in pairs to observe and stay consistent with the Open Meeting Act requirements. But one of the general themes I think we heard from most of you was a desire to maybe trim it down, but really just make it sharper and more focused on our main priorities and what we were going to focus on. And so we had, I think, a couple of briefings over the course of the fall with all of you, and we ran into some challenges in that when we tried to do that, when we tried to really sharpen the focus, in order to do that, you kind of have to take some of the actions away and really focus on the important ones. But when we proposed taking certain actions away, we kind of got a lot of different pushback from different board members based on what's important to them. And it was really kind of hard to do that. And so we went back to the drawing board, the three of us, and Office of Research Planning and Performance, who manages this report, and kind of brainstormed, well, how do we move forward? How do we manage this tension between focusing everything, being more focused and sharper, and identifying really what we want to work on in the next year without losing track of some of these more intermediate term priorities that when we go to sort of take them out of the plan, people have a little resistance. Understandably, we did too as staff. And so what we decided to have this informational item because it gives you an opportunity to talk to each other and give us direction, which we didn't have this year, as I mentioned. And I think today's discussion may be pretty short because what we're proposing to do is to chunk this conversation out into 3 chunks. And today, what we wanted to do was really focus on our ideas around a new format that would, I think, get at managing this tension between being more focused but not losing sight of all of the important intermediate term priorities that are currently in the plan. And then once we got agreement from you on this format makes sense, hopefully that'll happen today, we were planning to come back to you probably next month with the content of the plan in this new format, get your input on that, and then take that input and come back to you one last time, maybe in about 2 months, with a final plan for you to review and for us to make any last minute revisions on. So that's kind of where we've been and where we hope to go and what we hope to accomplish with these conversations. And I'll turn it over to Eric and Karen to continue.
Let's go ahead to the next slide. So you've gotten the broad background, and just to kind of highlight a little bit further, some of the concerns may be too strong of a word, but just challenges with the existing format. The top priority actions are scattered throughout the plan, and as it has grown from 10 pages to 17, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what are our top priorities. The board's more long-standing, or what we call maybe core workload, is sometimes included, but sometimes it's not. And there is a bit of a sense that, there's this huge base of the board's work that isn't reflected in the document. And again, it's a priorities document. Maybe it should be, maybe it shouldn't, but sometimes it was intermixed in different actions. And it just became a little less clear kind of what was a core workload, what was prioritized, and how to distinguish the two. And then you can see kind of the excerpt there to the side. The actions all had varying levels of detail, which sometimes happen when you have multiple divisions and offices who are all feeding in and editing and narrating the different actions, but some of them were very short, others were relatively lengthy. And again, it became a little bit hard to distinguish what was the action in the action versus kind of broad, just general workload. So the next slide, please. The proposed new approach, it would retain the 4 thematic priorities that Eric ran through, but not the kind of subsidiary goals. They were broken down into further steps within the existing plan. The proposal is to move away from some of those smaller breakouts, but keep the top 4. Under each thematic priority, we would have 2 sections. High priority actions, those would be the kind of immediate ones in the old plan or the current plan. They have the little red asterisks on them as our top priorities. And then a secondary group, which would be the medium priority actions, maybe the things that aren't coming to the board immediately this year, but are still on our near-term kind of prioritization. They're receiving additional staff workload. And then an additional change to include core workload actions as an appendix. So by each division and office kind of breaking out. for Division X. These are our other core workload, not going into extensive details, really more kind of bulleted out, but listing them out so it provides a better snapshot and picture of what the board as a whole is also working on. Next slide. I think Eric also kind of ran through this as well, proposed next slide or next steps and dates, but today we're providing a status update. We're introducing the proposed revision, defining key terms, which Karen will walk through in a moment. March 3rd, we would bring the proposed organization with the actual actions back to the board, also describe how we've proposed shifting some of those actions, highlight the work completed last year, and then present the final version to the board on April 7th. Next slide, please.
I'll take over from here. So as Eric mentioned, we have in the current strategic work plan a number of top priorities that are scattered throughout the document. We also have what I call Uber priorities with the asterisks. And it is not clear in looking at the plan why something is a priority or not, why it has an asterisk or not. And so we thought it would be valuable for us to define what we mean by high, medium, and priorities and core workload. And so this is our attempt to define these. Of course, this is your opportunity to give us some input on these definitions and direction for how we form the plan when we bring it back to you with some content in March. But this is what we propose as our definitions for high priority. It's high visibility actions that are likely to come before the board in the immediate term this year, or that the board has directed staff to bring before them in the coming year. And it includes things like administration or legislative mandates, settlement agreements, things that are required by settlement agreements or petition orders, those kinds of things that are immediate responses to direction that we've gotten. Medium priorities are high visibility also before the board. You often get comments from interested parties during public forum or other items on these kinds of medium priority actions. They may come before the board as information items in the current strategic plan year, but are not anticipated to have a formal action associated with them in the immediate term. And I'll give some examples here in the next slide of items that I would bin in each of these as a proposal. And then finally, core workload. So we would have a document that was a tome if we talked about all of the things that the water boards do, right? And most of what we do never comes before the board at all. And it's a huge amount of work that is our bread and butter, basically. It's permitting, it's enforcement, inspections, compliance assistance, cleanup cases, grant agreements, completed work plan actions. So, as you know, getting a policy or a water quality control plan over the finish line is step one. All the work happens after that and all the implementation associated with that. And that all goes into core workload for the most part. I mean, there's often follow-ups that come before you, but mostly it's core workload. And we want to be able to show what that is, but not describe it at length, right? Next slide. So here's some examples. High priorities for 2026. Bay Delta. And the Ag Expert Panel, another one that we're trying to get over the finish line this year and figure out what our next steps are going to be. And these are just a smattering. Of course, we have more high priorities we'll propose to you in the March item. Medium priorities are things that, like the infrastructure funding programs, those are ones that are high visibility. They come before you every year, and yet they're, we churn through. And, so they could fall in either one, but we're calling that sort of a medium priority. And similarly, PFAS investigations, things that you want to hear about, things that our interested parties are interested in hearing about, wanting to know what's going on, but not something that you're going to act on in this year. And then I already talked about core workloads. Some of the ones that were in the 2025 strategic work plan that we would now deem core workload and put in the appendix are the sanitary surveys, essentially inspections that the Division of Drinking Water does for their regulated water systems, or cannabis enforcement. Both of those we deem as would really land better in core workload. Next slide. That's what we have to present today. Some clear direction on what we bring back to you in March would be really helpful, and I look forward to hearing your input.
Thank you.
So I'll
Anything
just say
further,
it'd be
Mr.
great to get
Vandenberg?
input on, does this concept of coming back in March to talk about content and then bringing it back in April, a final work, and then really helpful to know your thoughts on format. I don't view this as like a major change in direction. It's sort of just a refinement, and hopefully it does get at that, like I mentioned earlier, that sort of tension between trying to be really clear about like what are the things that like are on our plate immediately, high priority, versus the things that are a little bit very important but longer term. And so those are I think whatever you want to talk about is great, but those are the two areas that I think would really help us.
Thank you. I really appreciate the good thoughts that have gone into figuring out how we continue to evolve this document. Like I said, I think that it is a good moment to really think through that structure. I appreciate I'll make some comments on terms in a minute, but insofar as structure, having the if you will, higher priority items kind of be punchier at the front, really geared toward what is going to be coming before this board in the current year, so people really know, okay, this year, what do I need to be prepared for the board to take action on, I guess. I think that structure works well because, again, we don't have a more comprehensive strategic work plan, and so that back half with the core workload and the description of all of that work, I think, starts to serve that like broader strategic sort of purpose. And because it'll be part of this yearly document anyway, that can continue to grow, shape, and be reflective of what we think our long-term and sort of core work and direction and values are. I'll say on the terms, I don't know if high and medium priority is really the right verbiage that I would use, only because I think a lot what will fall into what's currently being called a medium priority isn't really medium. They are also high, and so I think that's where if we get away from high and medium, and perhaps it's terminology where we have like you have more immediate priorities, or I don't know, and then ongoing priorities, really make it sort of the label be not around the severity of priority, but the time in which that priority is going to be acted on. So maybe imminent priority and ongoing priority. I don't know what the words are, but I would move away from creating kind of a tier and just say that one is more imminent, or about to be taken action on in the current year, and then what we would call medium are really kind of the ongoing priority of the board, and those are more maybe multi-year. That would be the only thing, because I could see getting hung up sometimes on certain things being put into medium priority, which are high priority, but just not coming to a vote before the board in that current coming year, if that makes sense. Vice Chair, I'll give some further thought and then come back to as well, but I need some space to think. No, you're not interrupting at all. Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, I was sort of struggling with thinking of a situation where something really is high priority, but then do we really want to telegraph that it's going to come before us this year? Because then that creates expectations, and we do need the flexibility. Like I'm thinking of, say, a Sigma interim plan. Might be this year, might not. And it's kind of hovering between the two in terms of time frame, but not in terms of a high priority. It still is a high priority, even if it lands in that secondary category. So I think those are good thoughts. The other thing that I would say is including on the high priority proposed definitions, emergency response. We need to be ready to, turn on a dime depending on fire, flood, drought. But overall, I really like this. The other thing, I'm just going through last year's plan and looking at some of the under the four thematic categories. Some of them include project-specific items, and others continue on that theme. In fact, that's what made me think about drought, because I went through and under water resilience, the first item is prepare for, respond to, and learn from drought. And so looking for whether it's, in an additional description, somehow capturing these without renaming everything and getting into that, you're trying to tighten things up, and then here I am suggesting expanding. And I'm not saying go back to each one of those, but just go through them to see, is there something that we lose if we use this approach? Is there something that we lose in how we're describing this by having some of these specific items fall off?
Yeah, and I will say, I think this is, as we're looking at the strategic work plan and doing these improvements, I think this is a good moment to be looking at the performance report at the same time, and seeing if there aren't ways in which the performance report can better be tracking, some of the metrics, at least around, these general goals and thematic work that we have, that is, more based off of, board action, certainly. And so harder to capture metrics around that. But thematically, at least, start to see if the two documents can better start to talk to each other a bit, if you will, and the two efforts be a little more strengthened by one another. So the data out of the performance report is, again, better speaking to maybe some of the way that we're thinking of and structuring and speaking to the strategic work plan and goals that the board has.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, because my feeling is that the performance report does a good job of tracking more core workload than like the big sort of priority projects. But it also has its own structure, organizational structure. If I recall correctly, it's organized around plan and assess, regulate, which is like permitting and inspections, enforce, and fund. And so it would be interesting to look at sort of trying to align the themes of both. That's a really interesting concept that I hadn't thought about.
Yeah, I think that, and to your point, it mostly probably is that alignment around the core workload components of the strategic work plan then. But yeah, if, starting to kind of massage the terminology and get them to be more interactive with each other, I think could be really, really helpful. Just because I know, as we say every year when we have our update on the performance report, it's really great work, and it is really important and core to the transparency of the ongoing kind of one, to the fee payers that are paying for the water quality programs, but ultimately the effectiveness of them for us. So, yeah.
I think we'll definitely look at that. I think it's a little challenging to organize some of the core workload around the themes, because they tend to fall in multiple themes. Like, for example, like updating a major wastewater permit. Is that protecting public health, or is it protecting ecosystems? It's both.
Right.
We struggle with this even with the priority actions that we have. Sometimes they fit in more than one category, but I think that challenge gets magnified when you look at core workload. But it's definitely worth looking at. It would be nice to have alignment between the themes in the strategic work plan and the performance report.
Yeah, and I, just in thinking here, I know we have far more kind of robust goals, if you will, around the SAFER program and drinking water. And again, that's where, there's data there that can maybe better reflect what the effectiveness is of our programs. And that's less, I think, reflected right now in the performance report. But again, I think, this opportunity to kind of wrap our arms around it all and just make sure it's all making sense. As they, those documents talk to each other, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
I'll just caution that may be a bit of a longer term effort, because
that's-
we're already like, normally we're bringing you like the final report and it's like done by now. And so we're already, behind our typical schedule.
Oh,
And
I
so
heard, yeah.
probably be good to try to close out this year's strategic work plan and then work moving forward on ideas around how we could bring some of those ideas to fruition.
Yeah, we can definitely put in the work plan, the further work that we need to do for the work plan. Looking to other board colleagues. Yeah, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I am so excited about talking about this. So I really appreciate the thought that's gone into this, and I totally agree with what the chair and vice chair have said. I have a lot of thoughts, so I'm going to try and be succinct. First of all, on the overarching goals, or are we calling them goals? I don't know what we're calling them. Themes.
Thematic priorities, I believe.
Thematic priorities. I think that what I love about that is that they really are framed on on purpose and outcomes, and I think that's extreme. That resonates, is really helpful. I think that some of the kind of sub headings that the vice chair was flagging are helpful to help flag. That might be helpful as kind of I'm just thinking as like, if we keep it simple and just have those four, that we have somewhat of a narrative to highlight some of the key emphasis within that we have, so that we don't lose the refined points that those headings have in terms of focus, but we can keep it to four. We keep it simple, but there could be like a little bit more elaboration of what that vision or thematic priority is, so that we don't lose that. Just an idea, and then I think I couldn't agree more on the core workload. And also the linking to the performance report. I think I totally agree that's a longer term effort, but I think there's stuff we could do now, and I do think it would go a long way to what I would love to figure out if we could do is have those thematic priorities. Is that work? Sorry. Yes, thematic priorities be overarching for both these high, and I do have thoughts on the terminology, but the specific priority items as well as the core workload, so that we could, because I think it's really helpful to communicate how the core workload is advancing those. And yes, it's, there's always going to be no silo and bucket is going to be perfect, but I think it really helps both the public and even staff kind of be like, why are we putting all this effort into this core workload that we're doing? And it ties it to that outcome. So I think if we can figure out how to include the core workloads that are advancing those within those same themes, that would feel cohesive and helpful. And then, maybe for now, we link where there are performance or outcome goals, we link those where they exist, for this year. And then from the performance review, performance report. But I do think there's a opportunity to give that a relook. But that could help to, feel like it's sort of bringing the pieces together that we have. Okay, on the high priority, medium priority categories. So I think one of the challenges with this document as it is now is like it's serving so many different purposes and audiences, and I think we still need to tease that apart a little bit as we nail down what the categories are. I agree with the chair and vice chair's thoughts on this. I wanted to add some ideas. I think I think high priority things, there's two pieces of them. Or two categories of them. One are things that have to get done this year. And, I think we've said like Bay Delta Plan update has to get done this year. This is something that like we want to be really clear, and frankly is such a priority that like we want staff to be putting, if you need to redirect staff, like you're hearing from us that this is a top priority and it needs to happen this year. If there's also really top priorities that, although they aren't going to have a final decision this year, need to advance this year in order to happen in the next 2 to 5 years, right? And from a signaling perspective, and maybe this goes to the example that the vice chair said on Sigma interim plan, but I think it's important for us to be able to signal like it is a top priority, like what we called a starred item, to advance this, what's really a multi-year effort, because so much of our work is a multi-year effort. And I think it would sort of do a disservice. Like I know as a board member, there's a lot of the priorities I would want to star and say is like one of the most important things that aren't going to get over the finish line this year. But if we don't make the progress on them this year, we won't be able to do it in the following year or the year after that. So I would want to, what I'm thinking with the high priority is, or again, I'm open, like I like the ideas and brainstorming about different terminology, but I think there's, there is a timeline component of what are priorities to get over the finish line this year, and what are priorities that are really 2 to 5 years out. But are high priorities to make critical progress on to have a chance of meeting that schedule. And then I think there's two other types of priorities that I just wanted to flag. One is the main one that I think, as I'm thinking about what's in the current or past work plans, is we've got what would fit in this high priority, whether it's 1 or 2 to 5 year categories. We've got core workload, but I think there's some additional specific priorities that have come up that are in the current work plan that would be kind of a medium priority. And there are things where, and I know I've championed a number of things, like an example to me is cleanup and abatement account funding for environmental justice projects. That's something that was in the Racial Equity Action Plan. It was on the priority list for the strategic work plan since we adopted the plan many years. But it's also one where if it doesn't happen this year, other things, it can slip in the sense of there's other things that we have to get. And if those, if new things come up or whatever, it's okay that it slips, but it's not okay that it's important to me as a board member, and hope, and all of the board members are weighing in on these, that we don't lose it. We don't lose sight of that, and that we're making progress on it. Even so, I don't know that medium priority is exactly that, but I think that that's where we had this like starred, non-starred to kind of communicate like these are things that can't slip, and then these are things that we understand things may come up, but they're still a priority. And then, sorry, the last item, the last type of category that I'm hearing, that I'm realizing today is also needed to figure out how we would reflect, is these kind of info items where we're like tracking it. And And we do want that. That's a lot of work to like do an info item and track it, but they're not necessarily they wouldn't necessarily fit in those other high priority categories or medium priority categories. And I think what I'm thinking about those is like a lot of those I'm assuming would show up in core workload. So like I don't know, we just had an info item on operator certification, right? If we're really trying to track that, operator certification could be a within the core workload, but maybe we have like a star within those of things that we want to make sure they're bringing to us updates or information items. Totally brainstorming this, so it may have a better way of doing this, but I think it could help get at. I think the core workload, I'd love to help link in more how important that is to the thematic goals that we have, priorities that we have. And I think a lot of the info items that we have are really highlighting key aspects of that core workload that we want to make sure we're able to get to really pay extra attention to and track in this particular year. And so it may be an opportunity for us to think about how we could reflect that. And I don't know if starred or non-starred on either of the priorities or core workload makes sense. Everything's loaded, but I wanted to download all my thoughts. I'm really excited about this refresh and the opportunities, and look forward to a lot more discussion on it.
Thank you. Thank you, board member.
I was just gonna.
Yeah, please.
Respond a little bit or just talk a little bit about what I think I heard. Generally, I think I'm hearing a theme of not really liking the medium and high priority terms, which makes sense. I get it. It's everything's a high priority. It's more about timing and urgency. The chair used the word imminent for like what we were calling high. I kind of like that. I don't recall your terminology for the.
I thought it was maybe an ongoing priority, an ongoing
I don't know
priority
if that
versus an
resonates with
imminent.
the
I don't know.
board, but that would be good to know. That to me still communicates like a distinction between the two without demoting the importance of one over the other. But we can use other words too. And so if you all have input on that, great, that we'd love to hear it. We can definitely look at trying to organize the core workload around the themes. I do think it will be challenging for the reasons I mentioned earlier, but we'll give it a shot and see what it looks like and if it makes sense. And maybe we'll do it both ways, like functionally around each organization and then try to do it around core workload and just see. I don't think we'll really know until we go through the exercise of dividing them up into the categories. As you said, board member Firestone, there's not going to be one model that is perfect for this. And so we want the best, but it will be imperfect. We know that. I think that's it for just thinking about what you said. Oh, the other thing I was going to mention was, I guess I was envisioning the description of core workload would be almost like an appendix or an attachment, and I was also thinking it would be more high level than I think you're visioning right now, and so that's something we should think about. Like, for example, the informational item that we just had on operator cert, I wasn't even thinking something like that would show up. I was thinking more like groups of activity, like wastewater permitting, NPDS inspections, that like very high level. It doesn't mean that's the way it should be. It's just the way I was thinking about it. I think we were thinking about it.
So can I just add two things? One is, it was interesting to me because the examples you gave in the medium priority of PFAS investigations and even infrastructure funding, I think of as core workload at this point. But they're super high priority. And like with infrastructure funding, we have pretty clear goals that we've set in our adopted plans. And so food for thought, I just, I'd want to figure out how we can, obviously agreed, like you can't describe every single piece of work that this board does, that would be, a huge tomb. But um, I, I'd like to, I'd like to think about how we're describing the core work that we do and not having everything be sort of feel like a special project. And then the other thing that I mentioned, I just want to make sure to get some feedback or discussion on is this like multi-year priorities. And so, for example, like HABs is the big one in my mind. Like that's not, or I can think of some other ones, but we're not going to adopt an objective this year. But if we don't make like really significant progress and make that a real high priority, we don't have a chance of adopting it for a while. And I think we want to be able to communicate that to staff and the public about what those multi-year, like a little bit longer term. So 2 to 5 years I'm throwing out. So I don't know if how that resonates, but.
So like the second level would be like 2 to 5 year priorities. What the chair was saying was ongoing, something to that effect. Yeah, no, all in all, really helpful input. And I would just also say, like, keep in mind, this truly is a living document. So I feel like we're on the verge of making some important and helpful changes, but if we don't get 100% of the way there this year, like we will refine it over time.
Yeah, no, it has definitely evolved over these years and will continue to from this point. But this is just a really great space and opportunity to have this discussion for ourselves. So just thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Okay, well, my ideas about this have been evolving as the conversations occurred. So I'll try to build on the really good comments and feedback. I generally concur with everything that has been shared so far. I appreciate the approach to make this a little bit more focused and clear. I think one of the real benefits of having the strategic work plan is identifying areas that we may need to make trade-offs in terms of decision-making and prioritizing limited staff resources. So the Bay Delta plan is a very good example, right? For me, it's, how do we articulate through this plan that one action is kind of an all hands on deck situation for the year. And that may come at, unfortunately, some other things slipping. It just is the reality of it. And so that's one thing I really don't want to lose through this. I want to make sure that that's really what I want to communicate through this effort, not just Bay Delta, but there's other items that fall raise to that level, but how do we retain that? So I think the immediate, everything we put in this plan should be a high priority. It is inherently a high priority. So I agree, let's not do medium. Let's get away from that. And it's really more of signaling on the timing or the sequencing of how these things kind of fall out. So whether it's short, near term is kind of what I was thinking for those 1 to 2 year, to say, hey, these are all high priority actions, but these are the ones that are getting, are in the closest to being completed. And then I agree, the kind of the 2 to 5 year and whatever you want to call it, and just not being overly committed because to Vice Chair's point that there are some of these that are in the short term, absolutely, but we know that things slip, it happens. So we want to be a little bit careful about being overly committed to a certain timeline within the year. The other is that other thing I wanted to mention is when it comes to the info items, what I was thinking about was this document is really an opportunity to communicate areas of board interest. And so when we've had some of our mid-year check-ins and discussions, part of it is, you get us in a room, we start coming up with all these ideas, and then you're like, whoa, time out, stop. We've already got too much work to do. But it really is an opportunity to say, hey, we've got ideas, and maybe they're 5, 10 years out, or maybe they won't even come to pass. I've got some things in here that, may not even come to pass, right? I've been looking for a drinking water CEC, Constituents of Emerging Concern work plan for 7 years. I don't think it's going to happen in the short term.
I've been looking for a new website. So if we're going to
Chair
start,
Esquivel's been looking for a website. So
what we haven't.
This is just the reality of it. But But my storms, we see Ms. Cowan sitting in the back here. We're interested in it. We had a workshop on it recently. I would imagine we would like to hear some follow-up sometime in the near future about how that's going, some of the actions we talked about. So how can we just have maybe a parking lot or an area of interest or anticipated info items for the year, some way to capture areas of kind of programmatic or board interest that doesn't represent a specific policy ask necessarily, but it's an area that a topic that we'd like some further discussion on, because this is really as a board, our opportunity to signal what's kind of bubbling up to the top. So just think about that as an idea. And then my last thing I just wanted to say was just put in a plug for hopefully we can do another mid-year check-in or another check-in this year. I agree that was a really valuable opportunity for us to get together, and hope to continue that. Thank you.
Yeah, and as the chair, yes, we will. Again, this year was an anomaly. We didn't do this prior to me becoming chair and the board, so we'll definitely make sure that check-in continues to happen. And I think I don't know if Mr. Oppenheimer, you wanted to follow up with anything.
Thanks. Good input. We'll think about this. We'll think about how to implement this parking lot concept. And the only other thing I'd say, Board Member McGuire, is I think the next time we meet on this, we'll be talking about content, and that will be a good opportunity for board members to bring up things they think should either come off or new things they want to come on, bearing in mind that we are pretty, we do have a lot going on already, so adding stuff is challenging. But the parking lot actually, or however we end up fashioning it, would be a good way to make sure, we don't lose track of the things that we're interested in doing, but recognize we can't really take on at the moment.
Yeah, thanks. And as you were talking, I realized, I think one of the other challenges that we have is that we make a lot of priorities in different places. It came up. So we have our annual drinking water priorities that Drinking Water brings to us to adopt a resolution every year with all their priorities. And we've got the ocean plan, we've got storms, we've got the triennial review process on all our policies and plans that is occurring right now that at some point we'll hear and make some decisions on about those priorities. So I don't have an answer for that either, but just acknowledging that we've got a number of different nested priorities through different programs, and somehow recognizing that just inherent existence of those different initiatives would be good.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate that, board member, and agree. Like I said, I think this is our opportunity to kind of wrap our arms around all of that. When it comes to things that, I think we started this discussion around how do we have a punchier, more of a prioritization, and we are going to add additional things here. But I think it is important to have something as sort of like an emerging issues kind of area where it may not be, imminent action. It's not a high priority right now, but it is something we're starting to see on the horizon and just flagging. The other thing is, we do have a number of check-ins that we've requested through the course of our decision-making over all these last years and prior. I think of the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, ELAP, as one of those where we have, I think, a yearly check-in with ELAP usually. Enforcement has been coming in and doing a check-in now with us. Maybe there's a place that we can just synthesize the check-ins that will be that are ongoing and will be, as part of the course of work for the year, just so, and doesn't necessarily have to have timing when those check-ins might happen, but if so, that's helpful for folks to understand. But just to kind of catalog what is the ongoing check-ins that we've already established through the various proceedings we've had, where we ask for folks to come back in and fill us in on what's happening. Again, we're trying to make this document more effective and efficient, and I think we're going to end up adding more through the course of it because of it. But it's really of how it's structured and how it remains consistent with all those other spaces, whether it's a performance report, whether it's the drinking water priorities, whether it's the different spaces in which this all kind of connects. I think it is it's kind of our Rosetta Stone, if you will, for the board's work, because it's all in one place. It's a document that we chug on yearly, and yeah, hopefully this has been helpful.
Yeah, it has been. And the check-in, cataloging the check-ins is a good idea. I mean, that could be done separate and aside from this work plan. It could just be an attachment to the work plan, but it would be good to have that. There are a lot of actually required check-ins that, the board over a long period of time have added to different resolutions for different projects. And, it'd be easy to lose track of those. So it would be good to sort of catalog what those are and generally when they come before the board, what time of year, what month or quarter.
Yeah.
So that's something we can work on. And the input's been helpful. I should have said at the outset, like this plan is really helpful for me, I think for the exec team. It's a really great document just to communicate to a range of audiences like what our priorities are, and it also helps keep us on track. It's sort of like our playbook, and it helps us manage the board too, frankly. Like when you come to us with ideas, or when external parties come to us with ideas, I often tell them my job's to implement this work plan, and if it's not on there, it's challenging.
Yeah, I know it's easy for us. I know to just imagine that there's just spare capacity out there to take on new projects, and it is an exercise in discipline for sure of all of us collectively to try to just help support what is a lot of ongoing work. And yes, do our job as board members. We're out there, we're listening, we're hearing things from folks, we're bringing it in, and that can that is what shapes here our priorities as well. But the document, have it one place, have all of us see it and agree is just really an important exercise. So just thank you.
It helps keep us really focused.
Yeah. Board Member Morgan, I want to make sure, I apologize. I know when you're participating virtually, it's.
Thank you. I'll just keep it short. I just really do appreciate the discussion and everything that's been said. And for me, just really being able to, I want to say, see and just as Executive Director Oppenheimer has stated, just really short and brief, just here's core workload and having that be available. I think that is beneficial not only for me, but also for the public. And then being able to see here's where the priorities are within water rights or water quality, just, and so you see, there's a lot of core workload that goes on for staff. And then on top of that, they're also doing what I want to say other duties as required. That 5% that's in their workload is actually more than 5%, and they do take on a lot. And so I agree with the conversation regarding changing it from high priority and medium priority, and because anything that we're asking, it's not that it's not of a. I always laugh because it's just a priority is a priority, and so it's really not of a lower priority. So don't want to have that misinterpreted or taken as any other way. And so just really a way of highlighting whether it's a parking lot or another way of showing that there are, there may be something that a group is working on, and that is what they're really pushing through. And maybe in the, while there's a period of time where that they're slowing down, they may be picking up a different priority, a different assignment, and they're starting to work on it, but it's going to be moving at a slower pace. So, I'm going to say a simplified way, which I know is not easy to do, of showing that. And so that I really just don't want the document to become too long and too complicated to where then it's not easily accessible and easily to understand. So just really want to thank everyone for the conversation and really looking forward to the evolution This is something that I've actually been asking for, is the document to evolve and to include the core workload and show just that larger picture. So I am really excited to see this moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you for all that, board member, and thank you for helping push us into this space there. Again, it's just been a really great discussion, much needed, and looking to see if there's vice chair, please, additional discussion.
I think it's already been said, but I thought I'd jump in just, for further clarity. I too would like to see a shorter document. I think that having something that someone can hold up on a couple of pages, I mean, that actually it can gain greater attention than a 17-page document. And so I really like the idea of having some of these things go in attachments, because that way we feel better that, okay, we're covering everything, that, we haven't left something off because we're just so nervous about leaving something off that's important. And so attachments and then referencing, say, even if we don't work on performance report right now, but just referencing it, there's these other documents that are also available. And then the other thing that I'd mention, I don't think we're going to call it a parking lot anyway, because that implies it's just sitting there in a parking lot. But trying to come up with something that, could also signal this is important work that's ongoing. Maybe we're waiting for a report to come back or something, but it could also be resource dependent. Like, we don't have the funding for it. We would love to do all these other things, but, maybe we're constrained. And so coming up with, some way to label that so that we are also showing what our needs are in this, or just flagging that we might have these additional needs.
Yeah, good input, Vice Chair, and also Board Member Morgan. Thanks for your input. And I just wanted to also say, like, I agree with what Board Member Morgan said about core workload. It hasn't been reflected, and it is a huge amount of our resources are focused on it, and they're both human resources, and it's not in there now. So some way to reflect that makes sense. And then to the Vice Chair's points, I think that's what we're here about, trying to keep it short and simple, but also not leave ideas behind. I mean, even in this conversation, you've added sort of new things like the whatever we end up calling the parking lot, and then the description of the things that come back to the board, the informational item check-ins. And so that is our challenge in trying to keep it short and simple, but not leave anything important out. But I think we're honing in on something that will work. And I like the idea of attachments too, Vice Chair.
Yeah, so it can kind of break apart. You can have the whole thing as one if you need, but to your point, if you need that punchy, what's coming up this current year for the board and you want to know, be able to have that in hand. Yeah, I think for me, emerging issues is probably, a better thing to call what could be a parking lot, only because in our scheduling meetings for the board meetings, we do have a parking lot and we call it a parking lot there, where we have unscheduled items that we have to keep track of. But no, this has all been very, very helpful for myself and hopefully for you as you come back. What else might be helpful for you to hear from us here before we then wait for what will be, this first take, it sounds like, at kind of a cut at what we might see here?
I think I've heard what I need, but I want to look to Karen and Eric to see if they'd like to say anything or if they have ideas on what would be helpful for input.
No, I think this has been tremendously helpful, and a lot of ideas I've been kind of whispering over to the side on how we can potentially do some of these things. So I think we'll work with ORPP and the team and Eric and others and come back in March with some approaches. Karen?
Yeah, I agree. I think this opportunity to get input from you all in one place at one time is really valuable. So appreciate it. And yeah, I think we have what we need to take a shot at the next step.
That's great. Thank you. Really appreciate the great work. I hope it carries through, certainly. And I always hear, as we talk about our strategic work plan or communicating what we're doing, is just the pride and of just the scale, scope, and just impact that the work that these boards, regional boards and state board do, and importantly, the folks in the program that actually get this done. And so being able to elevate that, being able to really speak to it in a document is part of the goal here too, because we're very aware of just how incredible job folks do day in, day out. And I think this is our opportunity in this summary ultimately of our priorities, but also work to really communicate that in a way that folks can hopefully connect to. So that's why I do appreciate board members' comments on keeping some of the thematic side, even as you go into the core workload. So, thank you. All right, well, let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch. Oh, sorry, we do have a commenter. Oh, apologies. Oh, yes. Ms. Cowan, apologies. I hadn't seen you had signed up as well. I saw Mr. Voskel signed up. I was going to say, ultimately, we can also take his comment maybe, after. Oh, you declined. Okay, great.
I'm
Ms. Cowan,
sorry.
don't be sorry in the least. Don't be sorry in the least. Really appreciate you contributing to the discussion. Glad
So
to
I
hear your
did actually
comment.
fly up here early today just because of this item, and I probably might have gotten on a plane for it. And I say that because it's how important I think this is to your work, to our work. And I'm really glad you're having the conversation. So as someone who leads my own organization, I get that everybody has priorities. You have a lot of people telling you what you should do. In this context, I'm that person here at the podium offering my own perspective as it goes forward. So the outcome will probably be here again. But I want to start with the fact that I think this is one of the most critical things that the board can do, because if you can't do this really well, it's really hard to do the actual things you care about, because then you're like well-intentioned cats with laser beams on your head running around, right? So our organization went through a big evolution over the last 5 years. So my comments are really more of, if I have any lessons to offer that you could take and incorporate, I'm happy to share them. And I can have them with you one-on-one, but you're all in one room, so I can actually share it all at one time. So one of the things I'm hearing is, and what we struggled with too, is there's annual priorities, and then there's this longer term, where are we going roadmap? And that's kind of a little bit where it gives you the time, right? So that longer term roadmap, I'm not quite sure you all have yet, and it takes a lot of effort to do. So I'm not going to undersell that. But I think it solves a lot of things, because you're saying, here's collectively where we're going. And then on an annual basis, you can be very actionable and say, and then this year, this is what we're going to do, right? So if you try to do that all with one document, you start having these parking lot questions. How do I lose this? What time frame do you want me to do X, Y, Z? So I think having a longer term roadmap is really, really important. The other thing is capacity. People have to implement what my board says, right? You're looking at what capacity you have. Being able for everyone to see what that capacity is and resources is really, really important. So you can say, and I love the core baseline program, and you can't lose it, right? You have to say year over year, this is our baseline, this is what we have to do. And then you're trying to find more resources on the proactive leadership side, which is the key of what we all want to be doing, right? And then you can say, okay, so here's the resources we have. Here's what we have to do. Don't have a choice about doing this year over year. What's my delta? And then you can advocate for it. So when the governor's office or I come to the podium and say, I really want you to do this, then you can be able to say, we would love to do that. And this is why we're not doing it, or here's what we need to be able to do it. And hopefully then you do get resources to be able to do it. If you do a long-term document, that's where public input would be really helpful, right? Because you do have a lot of people telling you what to do, whether it's the governor's office, the legislature, folks like me, folks not like me who aren't at a podium, that all have impact on what you do. I think that public buy-in would be really important. Absent that, then you don't have as much of a long-term plan. It would help, not as helpful to get to resources. Talking about, what core work is and how that aligns with some of the bigger picture goals. We've mapped, here's what our strategic plan says we should do, and here's all the people who do stuff. And then we map it, and then we put a little checkbox in there so you can sort of see, it's being dealt with by someone somewhere, and that's now they know what they're doing. And we also, for us, we have in addition to our strategic plan, we have our vision for sustainable stormwater management. And that's like our backbone. So anything I do, regulatory advocacy, legislative advocacy are in our strategic plan, but it gives me a sounding board so I know what I'm actually trying to accomplish. And perhaps, Board Member Firestone, when you were talking about that core work really being tied to something else, that's sort of what it does for me. How well you want to put that together, you get to figure out, but I find that very, very helpful. And then we struggled too with like binning high priority, medium priority. We tried that. everyone gets really wrapped up about it because they're like, what do you mean I'm a medium priority? What am I a high priority? So we just call it priority. And the decision making behind it, we use two things: the impact, sort of the what happens if we act or what happens if we don't act, and then the urgency, because you all have people requiring you to do things too. And then when you pull that together, then you can say, so for the year, this is what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it. We also, with core workload, we use the terms now. We've done this over 5 years, so we've been learning as we go. Program for us is where we want to get everything to go to, that we're going to do this year over year over year. And that's really helpful. Project is something that you're going to accomplish for the current year. And I think I'm hearing maybe that's where you're trying to get to, of like, what are we trying to do year over year? And this is going to be core part of what we do. And then there might be sometimes you're doing something one-off because there's something that for whatever reason has to be done. And I love the one pager, board member Diadama. We got it to 2. So it's a front and a back, so it's still one piece of paper, but it is really helpful. I think our strategic plan might be 16 pages. That still is a lot for some people to read 16 pages, but if you get it down to 2 pages, that does really help. And then you've got your 16 pager if you need it. And then when we did our strategic plan again, we did, here's all the things we're going to accomplish. And then we put a capacity resource beside it. And then we identified, like, here's what we're already doing well, but if you want us to do these other things, here's where we need to have the investment. And that it really does help. And it's helped us to be able to advocate with our own members. So you're not just suddenly stuck in everyone's like, great idea. And staff goes, that's a great idea, but I don't have any resources to do it. So there you go. I've solved all of your problems. But again, truly my bottom line is thank you for having the conversation. I think it's really important. And anytime I can help and process, obviously you can tell I like process. It helps us be able to do the work. I'm happy to be a resource as well. So thank you.
That's really appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Count. Thanks for being a thought partner and supporter here in all of this. It really means a lot. And yeah, thanks for the lessons learned. I think we will have some follow-up conversation, especially as you heard, we have 2 additional items here. So look forward to what you all see here as a product here at the next turn of the dial.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything further from folks? Hearing none, let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch. We'll go ahead and take, a 45-ish minute lunch. We'll go ahead and bring ourselves back then at 12:30, if that works for everyone. Take 50 minutes. We'll then get back to item number 7 at that point. So hope everyone has a good lunch. We'll see you here at 12:30. Much thanks. All right, everyone, it is 12:31. We can bring ourselves back. Hope everyone had a great lunch. We are now returning to item number 7. Have a short statement that I'll just read here. Welcome to this public meeting to consider a proposed resolution to adopt the Clean Water Act Section 303D list of impaired waters portion of the 2026 California Integrated Report. This meeting is being held in accordance with the public notice dated December 5th, 2025. The State Board is planning to take formal action today. We have a presentation led by Lily Rodriguez and Maddie Boynton, be followed by public comments. Good morning, or good afternoon. Good to see you all. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Lily Rodriguez. I'm an environmental scientist for the Assessment Policy and Process Unit and lead staff for the 2026 Integrated Report. Public.
There you go. Started out right.
Sabotage by your own boss.
Tension breaker. Okay, so I am lead staff for the 2026 Integrated Report public process. Also presenting with me today is Maddie Boynton, environmental scientist from the Assessment Tools and Support Unit, who is also our subject matter expert for benthic community effects assessments for the Integrated Report. We are both representatives from the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality and work on the development of the Integrated Report along with staff at the regional water boards. In addition, there is a representative from each regional water board that conducted on-cycle or off-cycle assessments for the 2026 Integrated Report in case there are any region-specific questions. The purpose of this item is to consider the adoption of the 2026 303D list. Next slide, please. I'm going to start by providing an overview of the Integrated Report process and sharing summary statistics. Then I'll summarize public comments and staff responses related to the 303D list permit nexus, as well as region-specific comments. After that, I'll be handing it over to Maddie Boynton to discuss benthic community effects. Once Maddie is finished, I'll provide an overview of program improvements and discuss future Integrated Report cycles. Next slide, please. The Integrated Report consists of 2 parts, the 303D list of impaired water bodies and the 305B condition report. Both are prepared to meet the requirements of the Clean Water Act. The purpose of the Integrated Report is to assess data and report on the quality of surface waters throughout the state. The 303D list identifies waters that do not meet water quality standards due to specific pollutants, meaning the water body's designated beneficial uses are impaired. The Water Quality Control Policy for developing California's Clean Water Act Section 303D list, also known as the listing policy, is the statewide policy that provides a standard approach for developing the 303D list. Federal law requires that the 303D list be approved by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. In California, the State Water Board's adoption of the 303D list serves as a recommendation to the U.S. EPA. The 305B report informs the overall condition of surface water quality. The 305B report is submitted to the U.S. EPA, and they compile reports from every state into the National Water Quality Inventory Report, which is then submitted to Congress. Neither the State Water Board nor the U.S. EPA take a formal approval action on the 305B report. Once a water body is placed on the 303D list, the listing and data and information to support the listing may be used in a number of ways. The most common way the list is used is to prioritize the development of TMDLs or other restoration plans to address an impairment. It may also be used to prioritize the review of designated beneficial uses or water quality objectives, potentially leading to a standards change. The list may also be used to prioritize and target additional ambient monitoring. Additionally, a listing and the data used to support the listing may be used to inform permit development and requirements. Staff completed a research project to further understand the nexus between the 303D list and permits, and I will discuss the findings in more detail later in this presentation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall timeline of official actions undertaken for the Integrated Report. The 2026 Integrated Report cycle began with the data solicitation period, which ran from April 18th through October 21st of 2022. Data submitted prior to the data solicitation cutoff date was gathered, evaluated, and where appropriate, assessed. Overall, the assessment phase takes over 2 years and includes organizing the data, developing lines of evidence, making listing decisions, and preparing the draft staff report. Last spring, we conducted the public review and comment period. On December 22nd, 2025, staff released the proposed final integrated report and the associated staff report. On January 23rd, 2026, we released the first revised proposed final staff report and responses to comments. The revisions include edits to sections on the assessment methodology for benthic community data in specific water body types. There were, however, no changes made to listing recommendations or categorization of specific water bodies. Maddie will discuss these changes in more detail later during the presentation. Finally, if the State Water Board adopts the integrated report today, it will be submitted to US EPA by April 1st, 2026. In addition, not shown on this timeline are several meetings and discussions with our regional water board partners who play a key role in listing decisions and development of the integrated report. We also held several informal targeted outreach meetings with commenters to better understand the outstanding issues. Next slide, please. This table shows how water bodies are categorized once a water quality assessment is complete. I won't walk through each condition category in detail, but I do want to briefly highlight categories 3, 4, and 5. Category 3 indicates that there is insufficient data to determine beneficial use support, but beneficial uses may be potentially threatened, and it is often referred to as the watch list. These waters are not placed on the 303D list, and a TMDL is not required, but they could be sites prioritized for additional investigation in future cycles. Finally, water bodies placed in categories 4A, 4B, or 5 are considered impaired and make up the 303D list. Category 5 includes waters where at least one beneficial use is impaired and a TMDL is required, with the exception of new subcategory 5 bio, which addresses benthic community effects listings and will be discussed in more detail later. Next slide, please. For the 2026 integrated report, data submitted by the data solicitation cutoff date were considered for water bodies within the North Coast, Lahontan, and Colorado River Basin regional water boards. These are referred to as the on-cycle regions. Water quality data from portions of the Central Valley region are assessed every listing cycle using a rotating basin approach. Although the Central Valley region was off-cycle for the 2026 integrated report, assessments were conducted for water bodies within the San Joaquin River watershed. This watershed includes the main stem of the San Joaquin River upstream of the legal boundary of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, as well as all surface waters tributary to the main stem. For the Central Coast region, off-cycle assessments were limited to mapping updates, beneficial use corrections, and station association corrections. The State Water Board and the San Diego region conducted reassessments for selenium based on corrected data submitted by the County of San Diego. The State Water Board administered the public process for all regional water boards for the 2026 integrated report. However, staff at the regional water boards contributed to all tasks required to develop the integrated report, including reviewing and assessing data, developing lines of evidence, preparing region-specific sections of the staff report, and developing responses to comments. Next slide, please. This table summarizes and compares key statistics across multiple integrated report cycles. For the 2026 integrated report, staff assembled more than 1.4 million rows of data. From that data set, staff developed approximately 71,000 lines of evidence, which resulted in over 15,000 water quality assessments representing 995 water bodies. The summary tables provides that there is a lot less data than what was assessed in the 2024 integrated report. The reason being is that for some regions, there are less water bodies. Additionally, since we are becoming more efficient with developing the integrated report, there is less time between data solicitation cutoff dates. I'd also like to take this time to thank our data providers. This work would not have been possible without your data submissions, coordination, and your continued collaboration. Next slide, please. This table shows the number of new listing recommendations for the 2026 integrated report, along with totals carried forward from the previous integrated report. The first column identifies the regional water board. Rows highlighted in green represent regions that completed on-cycle assessments, while rows highlighted in yellow represent regions that completed off-cycle assessments. Next slide, please. The graph on this slide breaks down new listing recommendations by pollutant type. The majority of listing recommendations are for pesticides, nutrients, and the miscellaneous category, which includes pollutants such as cyanotoxins, hardness, pH, and temperature. Next slide, please. In contrast, the graph on this slide shows delisting recommendations by pollutant type. As you can see, the majority of delistings are for pathogens and pesticides. 32 of the 47 pathogen delistings are in the Lahontan region. These can be attributed to the removal of the fecal coliform objective in the Lahontan Basin Plan, which was removed in 2024 because fecal coliform is no longer considered a valid indicator for assessing support of the REC 1 beneficial use, and assessments are now based on the statewide bacteria objectives for inland surface waters. 33 of the 37 pesticide delistings are in the Central Valley region. While some pesticide delistings result from regulatory actions, such as efforts under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, many pesticide delistings in this and recent cycles also reflect work such as data reassessments, data corrections, and the remapping of the delta. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to go over comments received and staff responses to those comments. I'll start with the 303D list permit nexus and then transition to region-specific issues. Next slide, please. While the development of the 303D list is non-regulatory, over the course of several listing cycles, we have heard that the 303D list has significant regulatory impacts. For example, that existing permit requirements automatically trigger new permittee obligations upon a future 303D listing. Commenters were also concerned about how 303D listings are being used to develop requirements for permits that are issued after a water body segment has been listed. In response to these concerns, Integrated Report Program staff conducted in-depth research and surveyed permitting programs at the state and regional water boards to better understand the nexus between the 303D list and water quality permits. The programs we surveyed are listed here on this slide. Next slide, please. This slide here summarizes the findings from that research. We found that the 303D list is utilized across a range of water board regulatory programs, with implementation varying from program and by region. Staff found that the 303D list is used to automatically trigger certain types of new permittee obligations in existing permits and to inform the development of new permits and justified new permit requirements. Other factors, such as the results of source analyses, permit application materials, and other supplemental information are taken into consideration and used to inform decision-making and permit requirements. Some example permit requirements include monitoring, reporting for illicit pollutants, and identification of pollutant sources. Staff also found that the water boards, as the permitting authorities, rely on the existing 303D list in the development of new permits. Some examples include to help inform whether the discharge has reasonable potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance of a water quality standard, which, along with other information, is used to determine if a receiving water limitation or effluent limitation is required. As partial justification, along with other information for requiring best management practices or pollutant controls, or as information explaining why a TMDL or integrated report category 4B demonstration was developed. I'd like to clarify for the board and for members of the audience that the examples provided here are a result of the research we have conducted. This information is not intended to provide direction to state or regional permitting authorities on how to use a 303D list in permitting actions. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that regional water boards continue to take into consideration other factors, such as the results of source analyses, permit application materials, and other supplemental information discussed on the previous slide to inform decision-making and permit requirements. Where feasible, staff recommend the water boards use the data and information that's used to support a listing to inform new permit requirements. The draft resolution for the 2026 integrated report includes language directing staff to continue coordination with water board regulatory program staff to help ensure that 303D listings are used appropriately in drafting waste discharge requirements, including MPDS permits and other water board regulatory actions. Next slide, please. I'll now transition to region-specific comments and responses. Next slide, please. The information I'm providing here are just brief examples of region-specific responses we wanted to highlight for the board. In the North Coast region, staff corrected an error in several bacteria assessments where historical bacteria data was inadvertently excluded. As a result, staff revised assessments for some decisions, which resulted in list recommendations for 3 water bodies and 1 remaining as D-list. In addition, some bacteria data were flagged that were not included in the draft 2026 integrated report. Unfortunately, staff identified that these data were submitted to staff at the North Coast region and not through the formal data solicitation process for the integrated report. In addition, there were data quality issues with the identified data sets. We have worked through those data quality issues, and we are incorporating the data as a high priority off-cycle assessment in the 2028 integrated report. For the Central Valley region, assessments for zinc, specific conductivity, and metals were corrected where some data were incorrectly interpreted as milligrams per liter instead of micrograms per liter. The reassessments resulted in D-list or do not list recommendations. In the Lahontan region, we updated some decisions that included the incorrect indicator bacteria. In this case, some E. coli decisions contained outdated fecal bacteria LOEs. Those decisions were updated and the incorrect LOEs were removed. Next slide, please. In the Colorado River Basin region, a commenter provided documentation showing there were no wastewater discharges upstream from Whitewater River and that elevated temperatures were driven by ambient conditions. Staff reviewed the submitted information and confirmed there are no wastewater discharges affecting the river. As a result, Whitewater River was moved from Category 3 to Category 1. We also received concerns about how the pyrethroids evaluation guideline was applied. In reviewing the comments, staff determined that the available pyrethroids data for that decision were outdated and no longer representative of current conditions due to changes in management practices. Based on that information, the decision was revised from list to do not list, and the older non-representative data collected prior to those management changes were removed from the assessment. The San Diego region completed off-cycle assessments and received 1 public comment. In response, staff made a minor administrative correction to consolidate data and remove a duplicate decision. Finally, while the Central Coast region conducted off-cycle assessments, no comments were received for that region. Next slide, please. And now I'll be passing it over to Maddie.
Thank you, Lily. Next slide, please. I'll continue by sharing information on benthic community effects assessments. Section 3.9 of California's listing policy requires the water boards to place a water body on the 303D list, quote, if the water segment exhibits significant degradation in biological populations and/or communities as compared to reference sites and is associated with water or sediment concentrations of pollutants, end quote. For the integrated report, we call biological integrity measurements benthic community effects, or BCE for short. BCE assessments are based on macroinvertebrate ecosystem health and pollutant data. Benthic macroinvertebrates include aquatic insect larvae, crustaceans, mollusks, and worms that live at the bottom of rivers and streams. Because they are ubiquitous, relatively stationary, and diverse, assessing types and numbers provides a range of responses to environmental pressures. The California Stream Condition Index, or CSCI, is a well-established tool to measure the biological condition of benthic macroinvertebrates. It uses standard operating procedures for sample collection and a predictive multimetric index for analysis. The CSCI is used across multiple water board programs to measure biological health and impacts to benthic communities. Next slide, please. During the development of the 2024 California 303D list, the State Water Board placed 44 water bodies into Category 3 until the State Water Board developed a methodology for determining association of pollutants to degraded biology. On December 12, 2024, the US EPA issued a partial approval, partial disapproval letter that overlisted the 44 water bodies, moving them from Category 3 into Category 5. Accordingly, they updated their database called Attains to reflect the overlistings in Category 5 of the 2024 303D list. Next slide, please. When developing the draft 2026 list, staff began with the 2024 list, which aligns with US EPA's Attains database. In response to comments received on the draft 2026 report, staff then worked to refine the assessment methodology for BCEs and made adjustments to listing recommendations as appropriate for the proposed final 303D list. As we continue, I'll be explaining the revised assessment methodology, including the development of a new subcategory. Next slide, please. That new subcategory is called 5-bio, and this definition is a lot of text, so I'll give you all just a moment to skim it over. And I'll highlight the main points. US EPA guidance allows states to establish new or additional subcategories to further refine classifications. Water bodies that were identified as having degraded biology and at least one pollutant impairment were placed in a new condition subcategory named 5-bio. This definition clarifies that a 5-bio listing does not require a TMDL to be developed for the degraded biology, and that TMDLs are intended only for any associated pollutant impairments. Next slide, please. Water bodies were placed into the new subcategory 5-bio when two conditions were both met. There are at least 2 CSCI scores below the 10th percentile reference threshold of 0.79, and the water body also has at least one pollutant impairment for an aquatic life beneficial use. When referring to benthic communities, cold freshwater habitat and warm freshwater habitat are the relevant aquatic life beneficial uses. When referring to the associated pollutant, the uses can include cold and warm, but also other aquatic life uses, including but not limited to inland saline habitat, estuarine habitat, preservation of biological habitats, preservation of rare species, migration, or spawning. This approach follows listing policy sections 3.9 and 6.1.5.8, ensuring listings are based on reference sites and tied to pollutants. Due to inconsistent approaches in previous listing cycles, staff reviewed all CSCI-based listings to ensure that they met these criteria. Next slide, please. Many commenters disagreed with placing water body segments into Category 5 unless the water boards could prove that the associated pollutant or pollutants are in fact causing or contributing to the degraded biology. When assessing data and information for BCE assessments, the evaluation considers whether specific pollutants have the potential to adversely affect aquatic life beneficial uses in accordance with the relevant sections of the listing policy. With this assessment methodology, a presumption exists that the aquatic life impairing pollutant is associated with degraded biology. In the future, regional boards may follow an additional optional analysis to show that a pollutant is not associated, meaning not causing or contributing to the degraded biology. This is also applicable to reassessment of already assessed water bodies. If this can be shown, the BCE listing would be moved from Category 5-bio to either Category 3 or 4C. Next slide, please. As we have described, subcategory 5-bio will be used when we have an associated pollutant impairment for an aquatic life beneficial use. While an impairment may be caused by a combination of both pollutant and pollution factors, a water body can only be placed into Category 4C when no known pollutant impairment exists. Therefore, impairments associated with both pollutants and pollution were placed in subcategory 5-bio. If it can be demonstrated that pollution, such as lack of flow or channel alteration, is the sole cause of the degraded biology, the water body segment would be placed in Category 4C, indicating that non-attainment of any applicable water quality standard is the result of pollution. While Category 4C is part of the 303D list, no regulatory action is required for water bodies placed in Category 4C. When data demonstrated that BCE is degraded, but there is not at least one pollutant impairment and no evidence of pollution associated with degraded biology, the water body is placed into Category 3, indicating that an aquatic life beneficial use may be potentially threatened. Category 3 is not part of the 303D list. Next slide, please. In the 2026 IR, we applied the 10th percentile CSCI reference threshold to most perennial and non-perennial wadable streams with readily available data, including intermittent and modified waters. This approach is consistent with previous listing cycles and consistent with how we apply the listing policy. While non-perennial streams like intermittent streams were assessed, the CSCI was not applied to streams known to lack sufficient flow for CSCI sampling protocols. In response to written comments on the January draft 2026 integrated report, we added new definitions of specific types of modified channels and non-perennial streams to the December 2025 version of our supporting documentation. After additional discussions with interested parties over the last several weeks, we have removed those definitions, which is reflected in the first revised proposed final staff report from January 2026. It's important to note that the removal of that language did not affect our listing decisions. We are committed to exploring those definitions and potential refinements to our assessment process as part of a future listing cycle to allow for more robust public outreach and participation. Next slide, please. Some streams, however, were not listed based on CSCI data this cycle. Commenters emphasized that reference condition varies greatly among natural stream types in general, and the statewide 10th percentile reference CSCI may not accurately reflect the conditions on the Central Valley floor. The commenters are correct that there is only one reference site located on the Central Valley floor. All water bodies located on the Central Valley floor that were listed as impaired and in Category 5 for BCE were revised and placed into Category 3, indicating that beneficial uses may be potentially threatened. These changes were made due to the uncertainty in whether the statewide minimally disturbed reference conditions appropriately reflect Central Valley floor minimally disturbed reference conditions. Additional scientific analysis needs to be completed and peer-reviewed before determining if the statewide score of 0.79 or a different score is appropriate for IR assessments on the Central Valley floor. Next slide, please. Recognizing the continued interest and upcoming research on BCE assessments, the draft resolution adopting the 2026 303D list contains direction to staff to continue coordinating across the Integrated Report Program, the SWAMP Bioassessment Program, and the Bioassessment Working Group on research efforts to consider the applicability of the CSCI's 10th percentile reference threshold in specific water body types or ecoregions. Continuing research should ensure scientific accuracy, public transparency, and consistency in benthic community assessments. Any refinements to benthic community assessment methodologies shall be incorporated into future 303D listing assessments and be clearly and regularly communicated to the public. Next slide, please. I'll pass it back to Lily.
Thank you, Maddie. I'll now lead us through program improvements and future integrated reports and close us out. Next slide, please. I'd like to take the opportunity to inform the board and the audience that we are continuously working towards improvements while concurrently developing integrated reports that are at various stages of development at any given time. Specifically, we are working towards modernizing our databases and improving automated systems. We are also streamlining internal processes through our internal documentation and optimizing workflows for increased efficiency. Additionally, we are increasing our efforts to clarify information for the public and improve data transparency. This includes increased opportunities for the public to engage with water board staff through staff workshops and other outreach sessions, and releasing the data use and objectives tables, which were released as appendices N and O this cycle. Finally, we are always concurrently working on multiple integrated report cycles to stay on schedule. The 2028 integrated report is planned for draft release to the public in early of 2027. And for the 2030 integrated report, the data solicitation notice is expected to begin in early March of this year and close in early July. Here, I'd like to recognize that data solicitation for the integrated report happens well before the due date for an integrated report. The 2030 integrated report is not due to the US EPA until April 1st of 2030. However, in order to ensure that we allow enough time for data organization, quality review, assessment, and a public process, we must start the data solicitation early. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide an overview of the first revised proposed final integrated report. We recommend that the Water Board adopt the resolution and the 303D list before you today. Thank you.
Thank you both incredibly for the presentation and for the entire team on just the incredible work that continues to be done on the 303D list and the integrated report. It feels good to be here on track and continue to be able to meet our deadlines on the report. And it's because of a lot of work with the regions and you all, and importantly, the regulated community to get us here. So it's with a lot of appreciation. I do have a few questions on the data side, seeing, and, it's a good artifact of now being on time that, we don't have these huge solicitation data windows that are, meaning that we have a lot of data then to have to parse through. It does make me a little concerned, though, that, we're needing to actually better integrate maybe permit data and other data sources that may be ongoing that can be better integrated into the report. And I think even more important now than given that, we have these narrow solicitation windows coming up, it's good to be able to gather whatever additional data folks are able to provide for us. I want to make sure we elevate the fact that the window is coming up here for the 2030 report, just because, March through June is going to be tight and it's going to be quick. And, then, that window it will be, relatively small. So I think for me, I just kind of have a question around maybe what are we seeing when it comes to permit data that we're able to bring into the integrated report in the 303D list, and thoughts around improvements and where we might be going to better ensure that all the monitoring data that are part of permits and are required out there are making their way into the integrated report to provide us that full benefit of resting on top of all the data collecting activities that are going on. I imagine there's a number of probably hurdles to being able to do that, but again, kind of seeing the decrease in the lines of evidence. Again, it's a good artifact to have. I mean, that we're here, on time, but it makes me kind of wonder if we don't have, a bit of work to do on continuing to integrate data. I'll stop maybe on that question just in case anyone has any thoughts.
I can start. Thank you for bringing that up. That was actually part of our research that we conducted with the 303D list and permit nexus, where we identified that there was some data that was a requirement from permits that we're not getting into our integrated report for assessment. So that is one of the items that we want to continue working on, and part of the language that we have in the draft resolution in front of you today, so that we can continue working with those permitting programs to further incorporate that data into the integrated report. And yes, there are some challenges associated with that. We do have listing policy requirements that require, specific data quality in order for us to assess it. But we think that we should be able to at least start the conversations in working with our permitting programs to further integrate that into our report. And then also, I just want to note that it is an early data solicitation, and we're starting to get the word out there now. We're having it in the presentation for you today. We're asking the Monitoring Council to provide that in their meetings, and then we also plan to send out an early announcement and start getting the word out through the regional boards as well. So we do recognize it's early. We want to give everyone as much time as possible. Anything to add?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Rebecca Fitzgerald. I just wanted to also recognize we do have some permit receiving water data that comes in now into the data sets that we assess for the integrated report. We pull from the CWIX database in particular. We also pull from the Water Quality Exchange Network, which is a federal database, and get some data that is otherwise submitted to our federal counterparts in that way. Yes, there's room for improvement, right? We want to make sure we're getting the quality assurance documentation that comes in with some of our permit required data. We want to look at more at any receiving water data that's associated with our stormwater program and some of our other programs. But we are getting some, and we want to continue to smooth over that data submission and transferring over into our CEDN database and using it for this assessment process.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I just, again, really appreciate all the modernization work that has gone into this. So much of this success story, I know, is really around the systems that we've developed to better evaluate those lines of evidence and really make sure that our human staff time is focused in on those parts that humans best contribute and be able to use our systems, rest on our systems to be able to take on this huge work. Just incredible amount of appreciation on the leadership and work. And, you know, on the issue of the data submission windows, knowing now that we are moving to, you know, not to get ahead of ourselves, we are here talking about this year's integrated report, but looking at the 2028 integrated report, just kind of wondering what the window of data submissions were there. And then more importantly, you know, on the CSCI, Benton Community Effects issue, wondering if we'll get some greater clarity maybe around where we're going with some of the definitions that we kind of pulled back on and the applicability ultimately of the CSCI on Central Valley streams, knowing that they're on cycle now. And so that, you know, that issue I think will be even more in front of us coming then to the 2028 integrated report where, you know, they'll be on cycle and far more sort of an issue in front of us. So just wondering if what the thought is around the timeline of getting some better clarity about the appropriateness of the CSCI index as indicated, or as kind of spelled out now for Central Valley streams by the time we get to 2028. What can we kind of expect? Are we going to get to sort of an answer of the applicability, or is it going to be kind of still years out sort of discussion?
So I will take the second part first, and then Lily, I'll turn it over to you for the answer for the 2028 cycle. So yes, we want to do some more work around the similarity of Central Valley streams, benefit community data in the Central Valley streams. And we're coordinating right now with some of our scientists down at SWRCB, Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. I do not expect us to have definitive results or much results really for the 2028 cycle. I think we'll probably have more information there when we get into the 2030 cycle. The good news on that front, however, is that for the 2028 cycle, the Central Valley region, which has divided itself pretty much into thirds and each, you know, a third each time. For 2028, they're really focused on the Delta and the Tulare Basin. So when we get back into many of the freshwater rivers and streams within the Central Valley, it will be in the Sacramento River watershed portion of the Central Valley in the 2030 cycle. So that actually works out, I think, fairly well to give us some time to look at the data. That said, we are very committed to continuing this conversation very transparently. There's a lot of interest in, you know, doing this continued similarity, how similar are streams there to our reference conditions in other parts of the state. I expect we'll continue to have those conversations this year. As we start looking at some of the definitions again of, say, intermittent streams, I think we want to continue to have those conversations prior to us putting out the public review draft for 2028, which should be out in about a year from now. So this coming year, I think we'll have more discussion on it.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. And I'll let Lily answer the 2028 solicitation window. Just to build off of what Rebecca was saying, Nick Martirano, Division of Water Quality, that, you know, with the definitions, what we were attempting to do in the 2025 December supporting documentation, we plan to, you know, really present that information again in this 2028 cycle and just allow for that public process to unfold. So the main feedback we had is we didn't have enough time to really review this. We heard that, and now we're dedicating that. It's gelling up nicely with the 2028 report, and we'll be able to have that conversation informally and now formally in the written comment process. So you'll be seeing those definitions again, likely very similar way, to allow us to better refine how we use the CSCI, what water bodies are appropriate, what water bodies are maybe not for that particular scientific process.
Thank you. I really appreciate all that and all the process and discussion. And, I appreciate the concerns. I know of, the regulated community here around it, but I also really feel it's a strong and important tool that we have to better assess and understand what's happening to our ecosystems in a time of rapid change. And the Bethnic communities are the foundation for all the ecosystem there. And so really important to keep an eye on. It is, emerging as a tool. Not a lot of other states, as I understand, are maybe as far along as we are in trying to really understand and apply it in our regulatory programs, but it's really important, and just appreciate the balance and the need to proceed carefully because it does have impacts ultimately on permits, but ultimately appreciate the regulated community working with us to ensure that it is a valid, appropriate, and needed tool within our decision-making space. So just thanks for all the work that's gone in. I know many hours of discussion and bringing folks along and addressing concerns as we hear them. Okay, I'll stop there, but and importantly, listen to and hear from fellow board colleagues. Apologize. And Ms. Rodriguez, on the solicitation on the data, sorry, almost
Oh,
cut
no
off that part.
problem. I just wanted to answer your question really quick for the
Thank you.
2028 report. The data solicitation window opened on April 18th of 2024, and it closed on October 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. That's very helpful, very helpful. One last thing, sorry, because it did just come to mind. When it comes to the solicitation, are we reaching out to tribes in particular, hopefully to try to ensure that to the extent that they have collected data, have data that can inform the 303D list, I feel it'd be great to try to make sure we have an intentional engagement with tribes to see if we can't gather that sort of data.
For the 2026 integrated report, and I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself last time, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Anna Maria Science, Division of Water Quality. For the 2026 integrated report, we implemented a process for the first time in the integrated report where we did send out notices to tribes about if we were going to use that data and what was the outcome of the use of that data, if it resulted in listing recommendations for waters that neighbor federally recognized tribes. However, we'd also send out notices if the data was collected from tribal lands, letting them know that we did not use that in the integrated report because the US EPA does not accept assessments from the state for assessments on tribal lands.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand and appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues for comments and questions. We do have some commenters as well that we can get to if folks don't have anything off the bat they'd like to cover. Okay. Please, Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I just wanted to, thank staff for all of their work on this. Every year there's always there's a lot that goes into these the integrated reports and a lot of data that is now analyzed, and with just, as the chair said, changing climate and just the 9 regions. Central Valley is 3 areas. Lahontan is 2 areas. They span a lot of the state, and there's a lot that goes into looking at these very different climates and geographical areas within California. And so I want to just really thank you for working with the regions and with all of our interested parties and regulated community. And so just thinking about, just taking a pause on the definitions, I do want to thank you for doing that and not, looking at the public process to make sure that we understand what the implications of those definitions may be. The definitions, I feel that they can really impact many of our different programs. And we really need to take a look and see, is this the best place to include those definitions because of the multitude of programs that they can impact, not just at the state board, but also at the regional board, and how those definitions are used. So just making sure that we are looking at and doing these definitions at the right location within the right program. And if we are moving forward through this particular program, we are putting the correct guardrails on it so that the definitions as they move forward, they are used in the correct way and there are not unintended consequences as they are then translated and used in other regulatory programs. So just want to give that caution just as we move forward and here quickly, and we continue with this just intense program. So thank you again.
Thank you for all that, board member. Much agreement, and definitely an intense program, both effort and attention-wise. So just a lot of appreciation for everyone. Okay, not seeing anything further at the dais right now. Let's go ahead and get to some commenters. We have just a handful of commenters here, so I'll go ahead and call out the complete list as I understand it. And a couple folks are speak as necessary. So as we get to you, you can just either raise your hand on the platform, or if you're in person, if you do intend to comment. So our commenters today will be Marty Farrell, Tess Dunham, Robin Yamada, Karen Cowan, Jared Voskel, and then Debbie Mackey. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good
Thanks
afternoon.
for joining
Good
us.
to see you as well. Thank you, Chair Escobar, members of the board. Really appreciate the opportunity to comment today. My name is Marty Farrell. I'm a staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Just to start, I want to really thank staff for all the time and work that went into this 2026 integrated report. We know how much of an effort it is, and so we just want to express that appreciation for your work on this. I have 3 points that I want to address. So the first is that we strongly support the decision to align the 2026 integrated report with US EPA's 2024 partial approval, partial disapproval letter. Moving water bodies with documented degraded biological communities into Category 5 is the right decision. It's consistent with the Clean Water Act, it's consistent with the listing policy, and it's consistent with US EPA's clear direction. We do want to express concern, however, with the decision to move Central Valley floor streams previously identified as impaired into Category 3 due to uncertainty in reference conditions. While we recognize the uncertainty and challenges in developing robust reference sites in this landscape, the streams in question exhibit CSEI scores below the statewide threshold, indicating biological impairment. Under the listing policy, any water body with documented biological degradation and an associated pollutant should be listed as impaired unless the presumption is successfully rebutted. The limitation in reference sites for the Central Valley floor should not prevent listing. CSEI scores provide a scientifically defensible measure of biological condition, and impairment is evident regardless of the number of minimally disturbed reference sites. By moving these waters to Category 3, we effectively ignore evidence of impairment, contrary to the Clean Water Act and the guidance that was provided in that 2024 letter. And then finally, we want to ask the board to delay the listing decision for Little River in Region 1 because the North Coast Regional Board failed to consider all existing and readily available water quality data, including extensive sampling conducted by Humboldt Waterkeeper between 2005 and 2016. Most notably, Humboldt Waterkeeper collected indicator bacteria samples at 4 locations along Little River in March, June, August, and October of 2016. Results from upstream reference sites showed generally low levels of E. coli, often at or below the reporting limit, while downstream reaches exhibited substantial exceedances of applicable water quality standards. This spatial pattern demonstrates that Little River remains impaired for indicator bacteria. This data was submitted to the regional board in 2018, but despite this, the regional board relied on sampling from only a single location and failed to evaluate Waterkeeper's multi-site data. This omission has real-world consequences. Little River is a shallow, low-gradient stream that flows directly into Moonstone Beach and is heavily used for recreation. Families regularly allow their children to swim in this river, and surfers frequently rinse off in the river when they come out from a session. Delisting the river, despite documented bacterial impairments, would undermine public health protections and create a false impression that the waterway is safe for contact recreation. Thank you for your time and consideration today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Faro, and always the engagement here and contributions. It's much appreciated. Maybe we'll get back to that comment, but do want to hear what our options might be with Little River. But let's go ahead and hear further from commenters first, and then we can circle back to what we heard. Next, we'll get to Tess Dunham, followed by potentially Robin Yamada, then Karen Cowan, Jared Boskel, and Debbie Mackey.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. I appreciate that. I'll keep my camera off because having your big face in the room like that is just a little weird. So we'll just keep that the way it is.
More than understandable.
It's just too big. Those screens are too big to go off camera, let me tell you. Again, thank you. And first, I do want to also thank staff. They put a tremendous amount of time and effort in additional reaching out to the stakeholders, holding a couple of different workshops, having follow-up workshop after the staff report came out, and just went above and beyond what normally is done, in particular on the benthic macroinvertebrate issue and the benthic, community effects, and really want to call out and thank all of them for the additional process that was provided within that. And also in that process, want to thank the staff for removing the definitions from the staff report at this point in time so we can have additional conversation with respect to those proposed definitions, since they did come up at a point that we weren't allowed to provide written comments. But I do also want to clarify that I believe we shared with your staff our concerns are not just, was in large part on process, but that wasn't our only concern. Some of our other concerns with those definitions that I'm certain will be borne out in our conversations throughout this process is one, definitions that might be inconsistent with where the waters of the U.S. definition is going at the federal level, especially when we're talking about intermittent streams versus relatively permanent flowing water. So that is a key issue, I think, of difference between what is being proposed and where the federal rule goes. And the 303D list pertains to waters of the U.S. because it is a Clean Water Act requirement. And we also shared that those definitions came from the Central Valley SWRCB report that came out, 2024. I think we submitted comments in early 2025. Our understanding is that the State Water Board staff was going to have further conversations on the impact of that report before it was used for any type of policy or determination purpose. And so we were concerned that definitions were being pulled out of that report that has been subject to significant comment into this staff report process. So there were some substantive issues in it, so it wasn't just process. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Also, just to note that I agree with the staff report to exclude the Central Valley floor. There is not the reference conditions. There are not a lot of, pristine streams. A lot of these are constructed ag drains that end up getting identified as part of the 303D process. I am concerned that could happen in the Tulare Lake Basin as well, where we have a number of constructed agricultural drains. And so something that we want to think about when we're talking about the Central Valley specifically, when we're talking about irrigation water supply channels and constructed ag drains that are treated as waters of the state or waters of the U.S. through some type of a tributary connection and end up being listed for biological impairment. So again, appreciate all the effort that's gone into making these revisions, and look forward to working with your staff over the next year on some of these additional issues on how we move forward. Thank you again.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the always great contributions and comments here, Ms. Dunham. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Robin Yamada, Karen Cowan, and Jared Boskel.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll pop my screen on really quick.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Robin Yamada, and I'll be providing comments on behalf of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. LADWP wanted to express our appreciation to the Lahontan Regional Water Board staff for their efforts in working with us for many years to obtain all the necessary information to be able to delist Hawi Reservoir for copper on the 303D list. LADWP appreciated the collaboration and support from the Lahontan Regional Board staff, as this was a high priority for us. LADWP would also like to thank the State Water Board staff for their efforts with the 2026 Integrated Report. LADWP submitted written comments regarding Bishop Creek Intake 2 and Hilton Creek being recommended for listing on the 303D list for benthic community effects. LADWP appreciated the Water Board staff's willingness to reconsider the listing method for the benthic community effects, which resulted in both water bodies no longer being recommended for listing on the final 303D list. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments of appreciation today, and we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively together on future integrated reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciation, Ms. Yamada. Thanks for the contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Cohen.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Afternoon.
Do I have to push it?
No, it's now just always
on?
on. Yeah,
Okay.
you're good.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Again, Chair Escobar, members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan, the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. I'm going to start with a very meaningful thank you to staff. They really, really deserve it. This is an impossible task, and yet they're doing it on time. Beyond just generically saying thank you to Ms. Fitzgerald and Ms. Sines, who we talk to as the leads the most often. They're very responsive, they're thoughtful, and I think what's amazing is not unwilling to say we made a mistake. And in our world, that's really hard. And I was reading the staff report, 150 pages, honestly, on the way up here. And you see it even in the staff report, right? It's a learning process. And I want to commend them for being open to that feedback and making changes where changes are needed. We definitely support the 5 bio ad. I think that's a very elegant solution to the very complex problems we've all been talking about for a couple listings related to benthic community effects, and particularly for removing the definitions for this listing cycle for a lot of the reasons that Ms. Test-Dunham already suggested. Also support using Category 3 for the Central Valley, again, amplifying a lot of the reasons that Tess cited. We think that's a good outcome for right now and probably, as Rebecca noted, for a couple listing cycles as well. And then as I was thinking about a lot of the decisions related to the benthic community effects, the TSCO order that's mentioned in the staff report has language that I think is really important when we think about what is the 303D list and how do we use it. And the language is that the 303D list, it's suggestive of an impairment. It is not determinative. And I think if we think about the tension we feel between the listings and regulatory actions based upon a listing, that's it. And I think we lose that nuance when we go from decisions on the 303D list to using the outcomes of the 303D list. I mean, up to including that's called the listed water bodies, impaired water bodies list, right? Not suggestive of impairment water bodies list. It'd be a mouthful. But I do think that that gets to some of the tensions, and particularly why you hear from all the folks at the podium of list it, don't list it, because of that, of how it's used. And on the benthic community effects, I think that's amplified, right? Because we're talking about an effect. We talk about the CSCI score as a tool, a really helpful tool, but then how it's used, if it's used in a determinative way, gets away from the suggestive way. And then when you look at the 303D list policy, the listing policy itself, the language, I'm just going to shortchange it. The one we've been talking about of related to benthic community effects is the phrase, and is associated with. Well, what does that mean? In a suggestive way, I think what is being suggested to use in the listing policy now would reflect that there's another pollutant that is impairing the water body. So it could be suggestive of an impairment. But if you're looking at it in a determinative way, then we're getting more into actual causality. Is that particular pollutant causing the impairment? And that again, in the list versus, say, a permitting situation is really a big distinction, and I don't want to lose that nuance. So I'm not sure I have a suggestion of what we do about it, so much as we make all of our regulatory decisions off of the list. There probably needs to be some of guidance or documentation on how you want the list to be used, so we don't lose the difference between suggestive and determinative. While I'm at it, how we use the list, my other suggestion is that I would say look up, meaning if we look at the 303D list, not just looking down at how we regulate at a particular water body scale, but if at a statewide scale, we have an issue everywhere. It's also in the staff report that maybe our water quality objective is too conservative. Maybe we need to look at that. And if the answer is nope, it's right, then we've got a statewide problem, which means we need a statewide solution. Cal EPA has a lot of authorities, and I'm really looking forward to working with Cal EPA and looking up and figuring out if we've got a statewide problem, how can we have some source control solutions? I do have a couple suggestions in the staff report I hate to do this to you. I know everybody hates taking changes on the fly, but I do want to document them. It's on page 79. It's the first full sentence. It's the sentence about future listings, and it talks about considering new information. I would like to document or at least enter into the conversation if we have or adopted objectives. You're about to later this year consider the Region 9 biological objectives. You can't consider that now. They're not adopted and you haven't done anything about it. But in the next listing process, and in fact, San Diego's in the next listing process, that's very, very highly relevant. And we've already started to hear some conversations that perhaps the listing process would not align with what I think the intentions are of the biological objectives in their current form that you have not yet adopted, and that meaning that they don't apply to fully hardened channels, but the listing policy would list a fully hardened channel, and you get back into that linkage back to permits that make you do things, and now it's exempted from the objective. Now you're listed, but now it applies back in the permit condition and requires management actions. So I want to flag that one. That one's pretty important. And the other one, as I was reading it today, this doesn't change the decisions that made, but I think it's really, it could be confusing or, depending on how you read it, maybe not accurate. And it's on page 78. It's at the top of page 78. There's a sentence that starts, in other words. It's about how the CSCI, what it means if you're not meeting the CSCI. And I think you could just strike that whole sentence and get rid of confusion or inaccuracy, depending upon how you read it. I understand if you don't want to make that change today, but I also want to put it in the record so we don't lose it. So maybe in the next listing cycle, you'd be able to evaluate that sentence. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Cohen, for your leadership and continued engagement, deep engagement with all of this. It's made for a better product and for better work on just a lot of acknowledgement there. I think the Vice Chair has something for you.
I was trying to take notes here, but on page 79, what is your recommendation?
Oh, yes. Should have brought my laptop with me so I could read it more specifically. All right. It's the sentence starting, if any water bodies. I think it's the first full sentence on the top of page 79. It's like 4 lines down. You have it. So there's the part of the sentence where it says, if any new information, I would add, or any new objectives.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Much appreciation. And I'll circle back to a couple of the other recommendations once we finish from hearing from folks, and we'll do wrap. So just thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, next I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl, and then our last commenter will be Debbie Mackey.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. This is Jared Voskuhl, Director of Regulatory Affairs for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. Just want to give a quick word of thanks and commendation to your staff. This is a biannual proceeding, but due to the nature of the listing process, it's really perennial. And like Karen had said previously, your staff is always accessible and in great communication with stakeholders. And that's so appreciated from all of us. And so as we're moving into 28 with the assessment of the data that was collected and the new data collection for 2030, we'll continue to be engaged and working with them. And we hope you have a great rest of your meeting here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Voskuhl. Appreciate your comments and contributions here. Lastly, we'll hear from Debbie Mackey.
Oops. Hold on. Did I get there? Okay, let me see. No, okay. Great. Well, good afternoon, board members. I'm Debbie Mackey. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And first, I want to also start by saying thanks to staff. They have been great in answering our questions, discussing our issues, changes, just really good. And so everything you heard from Tess, Karen, and Jared, it was spot on. Great comments on there. Also want to thank you for the new 5 bio categorization. It as Karen said, it provides a good niche in order to address some of the issues. But I also want to echo Tessa's comments and appreciation for deferring the adoption of the definitions, because there are a lot of things to talk about there. And finally, on just kind of those general things, is really the removal of the Valley Floor 5 bio listings. Those were, made kind of in response to the SWRCB report, and we appreciate the step back to take a closer look at the applicability of the CSCI thresholds on Central Valley water bodies, as noted both by Tess and your staff. So what CVICWA is really focused on is looking or watching how those biological indicators especially are being developed for the Central Valley floor. The SWRCB report was finalized with very minimal stakeholder engagement. And we really appreciate I really appreciate what I've heard today with the state board's commitment, as stated both during the workshop and today, to refine the CSCI scores for the Central Valley streams and really to be transparent throughout that process. So moving forward, we will be engaged. We continue to ask the board for a robust stakeholder engagement and process, both as we walk through definitions and more as we work through the 5 bio categorization, but also especially within the Central Valley Water Board, the Central Valley floor, as we assess those water bodies or look at CSCI scores and applicability in those water bodies. We will continue to be engaged. As you heard, the Central Valley is basically on every cycle. And so you don't get to get rid of us on that one. We're concerned about what's going on there. And I also want to say I really appreciate the acknowledgement of staff in this board of the impact that the 303D list does have, and providing some direction. So we really look forward to our future conversations with you and your staff. So thank you.
Also look forward to those conversations, and thank you as well for the contributions to all of this. When we first centralized the integrated report at the state board, I know there was some tension and some concern from the regions. The regions were doing a lot of this core workload, but we were finding ourselves behind and starting to get kicked around a bit by our federal counterparts. So moving it and centralizing it here at the state board has come with a lot of learning. And I think that's where we are always here together, collectively, learning more, learning together, and just appreciate the approach from everyone. And of course, the humility to always say, yeah, there are things that we didn't necessarily understand. And I think that's part of this process for us here as well at the state board, as we've centralized it here. And I think what it's affording us are these really important conversations that we can then have around the applicability of the 303D list and the integrated report and the way it interacts with the regional boards in a much deeper engagement and discussion, because it is living here at the state board. So just a lot of thanks and appreciation. And I think on there, just to circle back to Ms. Cowan, your good point, and where my mind was thinking as well, is that we may find ourselves here at a point where and I think we've been careful here to really lean in on the regional boards to understand how they are using it. They're the ones that use it. They are the main permitting entities out there. And so want to respect the regional boards and each of their quasi-autonomous capacity for figuring out their work. But I think it may be time, and there may be benefit that we do provide maybe some guidance back down to the regions. Now that we've better explored and understood the way they're using the list, and particularly to make sure we make the point you made, Ms. Cowan, which is, the 303D list isn't the end. It is it is a broad summary summation of the data we have. And when it comes to permit writing, when it comes to the work at the regional boards, it does need to go that second step to really do that work that, in the case of the CSCI and the BCE, really tie those benthic impacts to then that pollutant. But the list itself isn't necessarily going to do that and isn't necessarily appropriate. I think that we, through the course of the list and integrated report, we have to flesh all that out before we make those listings. I think that it is a course tool, and I think we need to try to make sure we just set some guidance. And so I plus up that recommendation that we maybe start going toward that just to ensure that the list is being used appropriately. Quickly to Ms. Dunham's point around the 303D list here being a federal exercise in the Clean Water Act, certainly, and with continued narrowing of that federal jurisdiction, does leave me to and here for further conversation at some point, but really try to best understand how we as a state board and as a state have an integrated report and a list of impaired bodies that here aren't, we don't have to necessarily worry about the narrowing of the federal jurisdiction. We still care about those water bodies. We still want to be processing the information we have around it. But, perhaps it's not to fulfill the 303D list. Maybe it's some other activity we undertake in order to, fill that gap, if you will. Because I have grave concern of the argument you made that, we need to mirror this federal narrowing of their considerations to ourselves as well, knowing that this is such a foundational tool and activity that we undertake. So I think maybe just to kind of put a pin in what I think will need to be a longer term discussion as to what the 303D list is that we submit to the feds, but how do we maintain a more comprehensive impaired water bodies list for ourselves that isn't just tied to this narrowing federal scope. And the last thing I'll just say is on Little River, it sounds like, there was maybe a gap there, and don't know if you all have any thoughts on how you might proceed, if it's worth, if we are able to narrowly tailor a moment where we remove it and it can come back off cycle, or what the thought is on maybe remedying the good and appropriate concern that was raised.
Yeah, and thank you for raising that concern. And I want to highlight that staff at the North Coast Regional Board has been working with Humboldt Waterkeeper, and that data that was flagged during the comments that were submitted, it is now in CEDN, and it is on track to be assessed in the off-cycle for 2028 as a high priority off-cycle assessment. So it would be my suggestion to look at all the data that's going to be assessed, so we can take a comprehensive look at those water bodies for that next cycle. And that's coming, it seems like a long time, but it's coming up really quick. Staff are actually putting together the lines of evidence right now, and we're going to get to decision making this summer and then release to the public soon. So
thank you for that. Really appreciate that responsiveness. Looking to other board colleagues, Board Member Firestone and Vice Chair.
Yeah, I have a question. The change for the Central Valley floor to Category 3, is that resulting then in delistings? And in terms of the Little River listing that we just talked about, would the impact of our actions today be to delist that this time, and then with a commitment that we'd reevaluate and it may get listed in the off cycle? Is that just to clarify?
yes, that's correct. To both delistings in the Central Valley and for the benthic community effects, and then also the recommendation for Little River is to delist with the commitment to assess more data in the 2028 cycle.
Yeah, I guess I'll say, this is it's a tricky thing. It always feels like there's somewhat moving target as we're developing different objectives, new data sources. And so it's hard to figure out how we navigate this. I certainly have a lot of concerns around delisting what I think are impaired water bodies. But my comfort level is not great with the, delisting all those Central Valley streams or Little River. That said, I'm not going to hold this up at this point. But I have real concerns that kind of the message it's sending is that we've improved, we no longer have a problem in those areas, which is absolutely not the message to take from this. And so I wonder if we could think about, and I know there's always a tension between this is a required federal report that EPA approves, and then there's also some use for us and communication with how to use this. So I would just say if there, in the staff report, there's a really long list of the delisting factors. A lot of those aren't the water quality is improved. A lot of them are, I think things like what we are seeing with the Central Valley streams and the Little River, where maybe there's a data gap or sort of a what I would say, kind of a wonky regulatory reason that it gets taken off, but may come back to allow for more discussion or evidence or corrections and data. And I just, I wonder if there's a way that we could try to summarize a little bit, some of the trends that we're seeing in terms of the outcomes within the staff reports, because otherwise we just have these numbers and maps, and we have good data, but I think the takeaway about but what are we really seeing can get lost if we're not pulling that out. And I know we have some report cards and things that highlight when there's great success stories, but I just would flag concerns there. But I see that Smogus has
I
thoughts.
just wanted to jump in that while those waters are being delisted for benthic community effects and put into category 3, they were listed and had an associated pollutant that they were already impaired for, that they are not being delisted.
Okay, that's
for.
super
So
helpful.
just wanted
Yes.
to be clear that
Thank you for
they're
reminding
still
me of
on
that.
the list.
Yes. Okay. That's a helpful, very helpful reminder, and makes me feel a lot better about that particular issue. Okay. And then, I do think that the big, again, it is helpful to, to the extent it's possible to think about how we start providing a little more interpretation about what we're seeing in terms of trends with these. And then, like I said, and then, I think the chair and the commenters have discussed this, but I really appreciate the effort that staff did listening to stakeholders in digging into, how are we using these, or how across the water boards is this being used? And, I definitely think providing some clarity on kind of best practices, or at least, some considerations for how to use this within regulatory considerations, obviously, as the chair has already said, I think would be really helpful and appropriate. And, again, I think this is also where maybe some of the pulling out some of these big picture trends of what we're seeing could be helpful for highlighting particular takeaways from this report.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I'd like to hear from staff regarding the 2 recommendations that Ms. Cowan had on pages 78 and 79.
Thanks for bringing that back, Board Member Giamo. So her first recommendation, well, may I messed them up now, Karen, as to which was which. One of them was in regards to the description on page 78 of the staff report about what a CSCI score of 0.79 means in terms of the 10th percentile reference. And there's a parenthetical about the 10th percentile being associated with the most degraded. I suspect that's some of the confusion. I think we could have done a better job writing that. And she suggested that we can, maybe strike that sentence. I would offer that we look at next cycle's staff report and do a better job of explaining what the 10th percentile 0.79 number is. So that's sort of my recommendation at this point. We could strike it and add a, direction in the resolution for us to do that moving forward. And I think we could certainly make that happen if you would prefer it, but I think we can also make the correction next cycle. And then she also raised on the top of page 79, which flows from some new language we added in them looking at the first revised version. Application of the 0.79 CSCI reference threshold in various stream types. The last sentence states, if any water bodies added to the 303D list during the cycle are determined to have been inappropriately added based on the newly developed information, they will be removed from the 303D list in a future integrated report. And Ms. Cowan suggested adding based on newly developed information for any new water quality objective. This is really tied to the information that we have this cycle. And I also want to say that if we get other new information, it could be new information outside of just water quality objectives. So I'm prefer not to include her suggestion here and leave it open-ended to any new information that we might get, is my thought at this point. And I look to Mr. Wiles if there's anything in there that I missed.
Well, I think the real issue is that sentence is referring to water bodies listed during this cycle right now. And yes, the San Diego Regional Board's biological objective is, as you all know, highly controversial, and it's coming back to you and is not currently in effect. So as Ms. Cowan said, it didn't form the basis for any listings during this cycle. So I think it's a little bit out of context to address that in this sentence. Mm. We're all hyper aware that we will be addressing it.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all right, that's helpful. And then going back to, and Chair, I think between your comments and what Ms. Cowan said about, this tension about how the list is being used, my sense is that, well, first of all, compliments to you all. I mean, we've heard that from every commenter and every board member. I didn't think that this could be done, but it's getting to the point where, it's within your bandwidth. I don't know how, but you're doing this. But the concern that I have is it feels so rapid, so fast, and already you're looking at the next cycle. And when you just look at the number of data points that you have to consider, it's mind-boggling. And so no wonder, this tension goes on, because on any given listing, there could be these issues about tension that are so listing specific. And then, of course, there's the interaction with the regional boards, et cetera. So I'd like for, you all to think about this, Ms. Mogus, on, what would be an appropriate convening for, let you guys move forward rapidly as you are doing in between cycles, but, kind of hitting the pause button and giving everyone a chance to really think through, in a thoughtful way, how we could address this issue of the tension along with, regional boards. And then, of course, there could be the concern that we are over-guiding regional boards. And so, we need to think through, the best way for us to collectively move forward with, all the stakeholders, the NGOs, the regulated community, the regional boards.
Fair point, Vice Chair. I do want to mention that staff have a laundry list of things they want to address as part of the listing policy. And you're right. The amount of cycles we have going at any one time makes it really difficult to turn our attention to these higher level policy issues, but it's definitely on our radar, and we'll have to talk about how we can work that into our workload.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I would just suggest maybe whether it's through the executive director's report or a report back to the board at the appropriate time. I wouldn't want to pick a time here at this stage, but just hearing back from you so that we're sort of signaling this to everyone that's listening and just have a follow-up on time frame.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Support those requests. I think, yeah, trying to figure something out, and maybe, it's a, special workshop with staff or something. I don't know what we do with these kind of bigger policy issues that, are kind of carrying over, and just try to find some space for it. Yeah.
If I may also just add that the effort that we've been doing where we've talked about the list permit nexus effort, where we're, thinking about how our permits use the fact of a listing, one of the real fabulous parts of it is that we're having some good conversations with our colleagues in the various permitting programs. And having some of these conversations at some of our programmatic roundtables discussions. We've talked a little bit about how a 303D list is used at some deputy management committee executive level meetings. So we are having some of these conversations certainly internally about, what does it mean when you use a list that is specifically dated versus one that would change every time a new list is adopted. So just as an example, how do we get the permit data in? How do we get the QA data in? So that's continuing as best we can while we're keeping the cycles turning.
Really appreciate that. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just wanted to chime in on this discussion here, and want to thank Vice Chair for bringing it up, and also thank staff for following up with the regions and understanding of how the list has historically been used at each of the different regions. I know that was a heavy lift and a lot of meetings and learning there. I just want to be cautious of giving the regions additional direction on how utilizing the list. I understand the want to, now that the state board staff are taking the lead on creating the list and analyzing the data. I think I want to take somewhat of a step back and make sure that as staff are moving along, that there's an understanding of the how and the why, the regional boards, when they were in the lead, how they created the list, the why behind their additional, why were they behind? I believe that in some cases they were taking additional steps, and the language that was included within their basin plans may have been to streamline their permitting process just due to workload. And, there could be reasons why they took the additional steps up front. So really understanding the why and understanding that the impact that this shift is happening on them, I believe, is critical. And that while the list does not need to be immediately just taken and put it into permitting activities, while additional steps can occur, what is the staffing needs for the regions to do those additional steps and to work through that? So I believe, we need to have more conversations with the regions so that we have this bigger understanding and make sure that they can meet all of those needs. And then in order to take it to that next step. So I understand the process, what needs to happen in between, and the time commitment. But I believe that's something that really it is something that is region by region, and it is region Pacific, and it's not just a global from the state board. Here's the direction. I don't believe is perhaps the best way of moving forward. It really needs to be a collaborative effort of working with our regions and having a better understanding, just as we have taken that step back to understand how regions are utilizing the list. We also need to understand in a greater depth of their resources, their capabilities, how many, just their permitting process, and also their basin planning and their planning staff. What is it that they have in between? So for me, it's a much more complicated and detailed, and maybe that's just my regional board perspective, which I don't want to go into every single detail. I just want to say I want to proceed with caution here and make sure that we are not overstepping.
I really appreciate that, board member, and completely agree. And really here, your experience at the regional board is very valuable to us then here as your role in the state board, because you have that sensitivity. And I also want to, I feel that sensitivity too. Again, the regional boards are quasi-autonomous. We're here to have a balanced relationship with them. We're not just here to be thou shalt all the time. So I agree, board member, that any potential guidance is really just a synthesis of a lot of what the regions are doing around it, and just trying to better maybe put a finer point on it. But I agree with you that it is the regions that have this primary role in the permitting space. And so we need to rely heavily on them and proceed carefully, as I think we always definitely need to do when we're engaging with our regional boards, and the very respectful balance of power that we all have amongst each other. So thank you for those points. Really well taken. Board Member McGuire, anything like to add further here? Looking back to folks here. Anything further to respond to what you've heard?
Substantively, nothing further. I also want to just express appreciation for everybody who spoke today, everybody who collected the data. Data is very precious, and we use it tremendously. So I know there's a lot of work that goes into all of that. All of the regional boards who put a lot of time and effort into looking at all the data and doing these assessments, to everybody who provided us comments to make this better. Every time we get better at this. So just a lot of, I think that's somewhat of a theme this afternoon, of all the appreciation for it. And we could not do this without everybody who's out there.
You're here.
If I could jump in really quick too, I just want to add, moving forward on process. This responds to Board Member Morgan's comment, some of the comments that we heard today. We begin answering any of these questions or comments that are brought up by talking to our partners at the regional water boards, and also to the regulated communities. We've been doing that, and we absolutely intend to continue to do that. Without them, we often don't know what's going on at the regions. So they're valuable partners. We'll continue that coordination, and we'll be reporting back before we have any recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, since everyone's saying thank you now, I was going to wait till you voted, but I'll say it now. First off, I want to thank the staff, and in particular, Maddie and Lily. This is their first presentation before the board, and I'm going to just say they nailed it. Great job. And I can't thank the regional boards enough. We are partners, as Phil said, in all of these assessments. And, sometimes it's controversial and it's difficult, but it's well worth the result. So we will continue that partnership. And like Rebecca said, thank you to all of the commenters and the collaborative effort that the interested parties engage in with us as well. We do get better at this, and we are committed to continuous improvement. And I have a bunch of notes along those lines. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fundamental and incredible work to see. So much appreciation. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
We have a second.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution adopting the 303D list is adopted. Thank you all. And on to the next. So look forward to, I know it's Sisyphusian, I know, but in an incredibly rewarding way. So thank you all. Much appreciation. All right. Now that brings us to our last two items. We did item number 8 earlier, so now we are on item number 9, which is board member reports. Coasting here to the near end of our board meeting. Anyone want to kick us off in reports? Apologies, I need to.
I have
my
no
own
report.
calendar.
I can report. Last Monday,
Your mic went off.
Last Monday, I spoke at the California Irrigation Institute conference on a panel on water data centers. And specifically, I think there's been quite a few publications, news articles, and concern about the proliferation of data centers throughout the United States. And so a lot of questions about what that means for California and water demands that come with it. And a lot to do with the water energy nexus, because it's not just the direct water use that is needed to cool the chips in the buildings, but also the water needed to generate the energy to power the AI systems. So I have learned a lot about that over the last several weeks, and it's really a fascinating topic and evolving. So more to come in that area, but it was really well attended, a lot of good questions. You can see that folks are really trying to figure out what it means. It's interesting, and I won't go on too much longer here, but there's close to 400 data centers in California right now. And there was recently a few different studies that were released estimating, we don't have good data on the data centers in terms of the amount of water use, but there were a couple academic studies to try and estimate. And the water use actually wasn't that high in California. But there are other areas in some of these large hyperscale, very, very gigantic data centers that are being constructed that do use quite a bit of water. And so they could be a concern in localized areas. So like I said, more to come.
Definitely. And thank you for representing the board there in that space. Yeah, it is. And a lot of discussion out there, to your point, some of those larger data centers in other states are like once through cooling facilities, essentially, is pull the water in, back out. So the type of cooling is going to be really critical here, as always. So definitely more to come on the data and discussion side for data centers.
Correct. And I'll just to add to that, you're right. But what I learned is that these hyperscale, these large 200 megawatt facilities, they have to use liquid cooling. They have to use quite a bit of water. So there really aren't, as I understand it, too many alternatives when you get to that scale.
Right. Yeah. It's yeah. And I think energy water nexus for sure is like all packed in there, and it's really exciting. Great board member. I have nothing to report. Vice Chair.
Yes, on January 26th, I appeared before California Municipal Utilities Association for their Capital Day. And it was just a kickoff of them being in town to go visit their legislators. And they just had a lot of questions about, the board's so busy, what are the priorities? And of course, I had lots to talk about. It was a good discussion, and I was really heartened to see the full room. It felt like pre-COVID times. So good discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan, anything? Okay, no report. Great. That wraps up board member reports and brings us to our Executive Director's report. Executive Director Oppenheimer.
And I don't have anything to comment on this month, unless there's questions.
Looking for questions on board Executive Director's report? And if not, always, the folks should make sure and take a look. It's an incredible compendium. Really proud of the continued work all of our programs continue to do. All right. Well, that now brings us to the end of our board meeting. Our next board meeting will take place February 18th We will have a closed session tomorrow. I don't know if technically that means,
Sorry. So the board will recess
until
and
tomorrow's closed session.
reconvene tomorrow morning for closed session on both items that are disclosed on the closed session
Yeah, it'll
agenda.
be on both sites and the Delta Conveyance Project. So, we'll actually be in recess then till our closed session tomorrow. We'll close out at that point. Then our next board meeting will be on Wednesday, February 18th. Until then, everyone be safe, be well. We'll see you soon. Thanks for a great board meeting here. Thanks all.